Good morning, everybody, and welcome along to the City of Sales 2-Day Challenge, coming to you live from the Giltrap Group Raceway, Avondale, New Zealand. It is an absolute pleasure to bring you this live stream, thanks to Pool and Spa Maintenance, the 2022 City of Sales. Your live stream brought to you by Tyres and ClubSport Auckland, the ones who organised this massive 2-day event. It's very exciting. Everyone's been fizzing, really, and especially once things started hitting that red. You know the red I'm talking about. Things changed. They didn't go into panic mode, but ClubSport Auckland worked wonders. They've got this event happening. It's still underway. Yes, we have no spectators, but you can sit there in the comfort of your office, your living room, wherever you happen to be, with your air conditioning on, or if you're sitting beside your pool or in your spa, ready to go. You can watch it live streamed here directly from the Giltrap Group Raceway. So, what have we got for you this weekend? Well, we've got 11 classes. 2 of them, or I should say 4 of them, are going to be joined in together in the same groups, that being KZ2 and KZ Heavy. Also, the other combined one is Rotax Max Heavy and Vortex Rock DVS. But we'll get to those when they come up. What's going to happen now for the rest of this morning until our lunch break, which is about an hour and a half away, we are going to have the 9 sessions of qualifying. So remember, 11 classes, but 9 groups, because of those joined ones. Each of these qualifying sessions will be 5 minutes. We're going to start with the Vortex Mini Rock. There's going to be, let me count the numbers for you, okay? So 2, 4, 6, 8, bear with me, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, I'm still going, 22, 24, 26, 28, hang on, 20, 30. 30 of them in the Vortex. This is just one of the classes this weekend. Vortex Mini Rock, brought to you by Strata Networks. In fact, no, Vortex Mini Rock is NZ Motorsport. There they are lining up, as you can see, up in the dummy grid. Very exciting time there. All the front ones are in. The back carts, they're still just arriving. So it won't be too far away. Now, our official schedule, the official one, was 10:25. But we're a little bit out, but don't panic about it, okay? We'll get through this. We'll make it all work. It's no biggie. We can make this happen. We'll get everyone through. Then we'll have lunch after qualifying. And qualifying for every single category is 5 minutes. 5 minutes for every class qualifying session before lunch. Heat 1 and Heat 2 comes after lunch. Of course, we got in this order. Now, this is the order that will happen throughout the entire day. We're going to start with Vortex Mini Rock. Then we're going into the Rotax DD2. Then it's Junior DVS. Then it's the KZ2 combined, which is KZ2 and KZ2 Heavy. Then we go ClubSport 120. Then it's another combined. It is the Rotax Heavy with Senior DVS. Then it's Junior Rotax, Cadet Rock, and Rotax Light to wrap it all up. There are a couple of name drivers who have decided to saunter in. Monday morning quarterbacks decided to come and join the fray, get involved in the party. Marcus Armstrong, Liam Lawson, a very warm welcome to both of those carters here joining in, and it's not going to be a cakewalk. They're going to have to work for their positions. They are in the KZ2 Heavy combination pack. So that's going to be fun to watch as well. But there's a whole lot. Look, just the first name that pops up on the list of Vortex Mini Rock, Marco Manson. Just straight away, there's a name. Amelia Phillips is up there. Braden Watson, Grayson Stowe, Jack Phillips. I'll go through all of them. Cy Finnimore, Jasmine Alders, Lucas Bell. There's another fast little runner. Carson Daly's in there. Lachlan Tomlinson. There's a whole heap. Emerson Smith. Will Davey, young Will Davey. I remember him last year down in Rotorua, punching hard to get in some results and doing a great job, especially in the handicap race. It was great fun to watch. So there are plenty of drivers, future stars. See, out of these 11 categories, these 11, you got to wonder how many will one day also be taking the big trek overseas, or who will be going into Tier 1 motorsport in New Zealand, or who will go to Australia, who will end up in America, who will go to Europe. And there's like, just off the top of my head, 180 names here, just this weekend alone. And let alone the other kart sport events that are happening around the country this weekend, this wonderful weekend, Auckland anniversary weekend for us. So you guys can have Monday off. So after you've watched the live stream for 2 days, I know you're going to be tired. I know you're going to be stressed out, and you know, you're going to wonder what you're going to do to recover. Well, you've got Monday. You got Monday to chill. You got Monday to relax. So don't touch the lawns today. Don't go outside and do your DIY. All of that can wait. Today and tomorrow is all about this live stream from the Giltrap Group Raceway. I see some of the people are getting ready. They're getting away off the track, so that's nice. The officials are sort of making moves. It seems that every karter is in. So now we wait. We wait to see what happens. I know we're behind schedule. No, we're not. We're exactly as the schedule should be. Whatever the schedule is exactly how it should be. And that's what we've got coming here today. Now, who am I picking to win? Okay. We always like to have the commentators curse, don't we? I'll tell you after qualifying. After qualifying of each of the categories, I'll give you my pick. You can make your own little numbers. We can play our own little bookies game. What's the wager? I don't know. Coffees, lattes, flat whites, espressos, smoothies. There's got to be something on it. We can't play this game for nothing, so we'll do that. And just a shout out to the crew as well. We've got all the ladies in the control tower. We've got all the KartSport Auckland crew and volunteers around the track. But my own personal crew helping me out. Got young Levi. Young Levi's just started in karting. He's going to be my runner for the weekend, people. So when we know the grids, when we know results, he's the young fella. And Levi, I'm just shouting out, what are you racing in, Levi? Vortex Mini Rock, but not this weekend. No. Not this weekend. This weekend he's helping the broadcast to bring the live stream to you. So Levi is sacrificing himself for you out there in internet land. So Levi is doing that. His dad, Tony, is running the camera. Now, Tony's he's an odd man. The reason Tony's an odd man is because those of you who know him in karting, he's also has been involved in cycling. Now, anyone involved in cycling, you got to shake your head and wonder. You got to scratch your temple and go, what are you thinking? But we won't hold it completely against him. Tony will be on camera for you, everyone, this weekend. So if there are camera issues, the name to remember is Tony. And all you do is you email KartSport Auckland, you say, hey, that Tony guy, what was he doing? Why wasn't he following the action? What was going on? So you rag out on Tony as much as you want. That's his job. I think he's club secretary as well. So he's there to handle it all. And my producer with me today and tomorrow, who is going to make sure that the audio, the video, the information that you require is brought to you on your screen, is Selena. And Selena is a young racer as well. She's not racing this week either. Now, this is a sacrifice, people. I don't know if you understand the sacrifice these two youngsters in the broadcast booth are doing for you this weekend. But she's not racing. She is going to sit there and make sure it all goes well and goes to plan. And she'll give me a clip around the air if I'm in the wrong page reading out the wrong data. So Selena will do that. And now, as you can see, we are underway with qualifying. Warm up those tyres, yeah, if you want to. There's no obligation. You just go as much as you want. A few at the back are. Like I say, it's 5 minutes. No stress about who's doing what. There's 30 of them out there. I don't know if they've all arrived. There's 30 on the start list. 30 is good, isn't it? Fantastic. And Tony will make sure we get to see as much of the action as we can. coming through grandstand. Focusing on the infield and down in the clubhouse areas. Wonderful part of the circuit here. Giltrap Group Raceway in Avondale, for those of you who have never been here. If you're watching from outside of Auckland, outside of the regular ClubSport Auckland scene, and you're wondering. Yellow flags are out already. What's going on? See if we can find it. Yes, one's gone off into the grass. Yes, so be it. It's only qualifying. So this is the Vortex Mini Rock, and you can also use Speed Hive if you wish to. Speed Hive is doing live timing. So if you don't want to rely on my often slow data, it's not the phone or the computer or the tablet or the laptop, it's me that is slow. If you want up-to-date, ClubSport Auckland is broadcasting on Speed Hive with live timing. At the moment, the fastest out there, we'll try and get this in order, is Miles Baker with a 33.9. So doing the 33s. So I'll just make sure that mine are in order. Yes, they are. They're in order on my screen. So if you've got it on your screen, I've got it on my screen. We can't get this wrong. Selena will also attempt, because she is smarter than me with the technical digital world, to bring up the results. For those of you who don't have Speed Hive, she will bring up the results after each session and try and punch it up for you on the screen directly from Speed Hive. Now that'll be quite the feat, won't it? This is the service we provide you here this weekend. Livestream brought to you by Tyres. So the NZ Motorsport Vortex Mini Rock, they're out there at the moment. It's still Miles Baker. Dropped down into Miles Baker, 33.8. Carson Daly, 33.9. Marco Manson, 33.9. And there's a lot of them in the low 34s. Like, we are talking here, at least half the field are within 0.2 of a second of each other. So this is going to be epic all weekend long. Keep an eye on this qualifying. 3 minutes gone. Be 1.5 minutes remaining. Not much time. Down to the last few seconds here. And again, if you don't have Speed Hive running, we do. Marco Manson, 33.5. William Edmondson, now there's a name I know. Well, in fact, I know his father very, very well. For about 30-odd years out there. Anyway, it's not his dad in the cart, it's the boy doing a 33.6. Carson Daly, a 33.6. Miles Baker, 33.6. They're all in the 33.6, the top four. What are they doing? Cooper Inslee, 33.7. Grayson is at 33.8. Stowe's up there. Lucas Bell, 33.9. The front 9 are all in the 33s. Marco Manson's dropped down to a 33.4. Dialing it in. Look after the tyres, son. Look after the tyres. Here we go. And we're very pleased. Look, we're going to give, as the checkered flag flies, we're going to give ourselves a pat on the back here. Just a little wee pat on. They're racing in qualifying. They're barging themselves across the start-finish line. They need to settle down a bit. So I'm just getting back to it. We're just you know, Tony the cameraman and I are having a discussion about how we're going to continue making sure you get the top coverage here. This coverage is going to be better than supercars. It's going to be better than NASCAR. IndyCar has nothing on what the four of us are producing for you here this weekend. But patting ourselves on the back, you may have noticed a change from last year. If you tuned in last year to our live stream, although lots of you would have been trackside, you would have noticed that the live stream did not have any trackside audio. Well, we jury-rigged, we did. We threw out a couple of cables, we grabbed some $2 microphones, and we slammed them on the side of the racetrack so we can give you the ambient feel as you sit there in your living room with your laptop or tablet under your aircon while the drivers sweat it out, while the marshals sweat it out and you're there in your aircon at home. You'll finally get some nice trackside noise. See, this is the development that comes here from ClubSport Auckland. So, the results of qualifying, I'm sure if you've got Speed Hive, you've seen them as well. But let's reiterate, shall we? With Marco Manson, Carson Daly, Miles Baker, William Edmondson, Grayson Stowe, Cooper Inslee, Lucas Bell, Aryan Lala, Jacob Pye, those 9 all in the 33s. Cole Turney, Cy Finney-Moore, 34.001. In fact, Cole Turney will go back to his pits. He'll go back to his trailer and go, damn, just 0.002 would have got him into the 33s. And there's something about that, isn't there? There is something about that different number that gives you a different mindset. Well, don't panic about it, because Finney-Moore was there on a 006, 34.006. So 007 would have got him into the 33. There's nothing in 007. Right, upcoming. Here we go. Rotax DD2. There isn't 30 of them. There's 18 of them. $18 of the Rotax DD2s. Going to scream around and hurt our eardrums. Who will be? Let's look at some of these names, shall we? Let's look at the out-of-towners. Look, we've got a whole lot of Aucklanders. Let's go out-of-towners. We've got Darren Walker from the Bay of Plenty. Louise Rawson from Hamilton. Tim Erickson, Bay of Plenty. Sam Waddell, Hamilton. Simon Davies, Manawatu. Well, I think it's Manawatu. We're just going to clarify the letter abbreviation. Yes, it is. So out of that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 out-of-towners. And I tell you, in every category, there's a heap of them. If the next ones, the Vortex Rocks, DVS Junior, there's Tokoroa, Hawke's Bay, Nelson, Christchurch, Hamilton, Whangarei, Taranaki. In fact, there are only 1, 2, 3 Aucklanders in the Vortex Rock DVS Junior category. So how about that? But we are with the Rotax DD2, brought to you by Glen Eden Electrical, Auto Electrical. And I don't know who's going to take this out. I know that everyone in Hamilton will say, well, Louise will take qualifying. She'll get pole here. Or from the Bay of Plenty, they'll say, well, it'll either be Darren Walker or Tim Erickson. Everyone in Manawatu is going to say, no, Simon Davies has got this. Simon Davies is going to take pole here. Well, good on you for supporting, but there's a lot of Auckland drivers out of this 18 that want to make sure the travellers from afar are put in their places. Up the front of the field at the moment. First out of the blocks, Aaron Tahu, one of the Aucklanders. Reminder, Speed Hive is available. Word is Craig Cook is the favourite for DD2, so we'll keep an eye on that name. After 5 minutes of qualifying, we'll see who has dialed in. Yeah, they had their tuning run this morning. So a 29.6 for Darren Walker, 29.9 for Tahu, 29.9 Jensen. McBride is a 30. Rawson, 30. Nowaki is a 30. Davies is a 30. Cook is a 30. Waddell is a... Everyone's a 30. There's only 3 of them in the 29s. But Cook is close, if he is. Theoretically, the top seed. But at this stage, Walker, Davies, Tahu, Taylor, Waddell. Now we're starting. Now the 29s are coming, everybody. Here we go. However, Walker is on a 29.3 already. A 29.3. Getting all excited, thinking, hang on, is there a 28 in here? Can we get a 28? Do I hear 28 in this hot conditions? Chewing up the tyres. I don't know. I'll tell you in 3.5 minutes, shall I? It is good. I mean, the conditions couldn't be any better. They might have liked some cloud cover, maybe, just to try and stay a little bit cooler, because it's sweltering here at Giltrap Group Raceway this week. It is not going to be easy. But anyway, doesn't have to be easy, does it? Okay, let's keep an eye on the times here. It's just qualifying, so there's no need for us to get ourselves built up too much just yet. But I'm telling you, Darren Walker has just done a 29.059. 29.014. It's coming down. We are getting close to the 28s here. For the Glen Eden Auto Electrical Rotax DD2s. Theoretical favourite is 0.2 of a second away. Craig Cook, Aaron Tahu, another top runner, is also on the 29.2s. But Walker is on 29.004. A 29.004. This is what I was talking about just previously with the earlier category, how a little number can do so much to the mindset of yourself and your opposition. Because if any of these drivers get in the 28s and everyone else is just on the edge, on the cusp of reaching a 28, there's mind games already afoot. There is only 60 seconds remaining for someone to make a change. He's done it. Darren Walker has smashed out. In fact, he has a 28.895 for Darren Walker in kart 14. He has launched it. The closest is Sam Waddell, 29.0.2. Louise is up there, 29.08. Tahu, 29.1. He's taken 0.1 of a second off. He's taken a 10th. No advance for McBride, Nowaki, Cook, Ericsson. McBride has just moved up into third spot, 29.067. 20 seconds remain. First of the carts is going in. I suspect most of them will now. They'll say that's it. They will. They've had enough. In fact, the checkered flag is already flying before my time says it's up. There's something spooky going on, people, here at Giltrap Group Raceway. with the Pool and Spa Maintenance City of Sales 2-day challenge. The challenge will be listening to me for 2 days just quietly. How are you? So I was talking about the crew. I didn't introduce myself, sorry. How rude of me. My name is Craig Lord. We're best friends now, you and me. So you can call me Sooty like everybody else does. It's a pleasure to be bringing this racing to you this weekend. It is genuinely an honour to be asked to do this. I enjoy it. Everyone entertains me, and I'll try and transfer my entertainment onto you. Lining up inside the dummy grid right now is our Vortex Rock DVS Juniors, brought to you by International Card Supplies. Sorry for the silence, I was just doing something. Look, I'm trying to do 5 things at once here, okay? And I'm not a multitasker. I wasn't born to multitask like you. But okay. We're good. Right. So they're up next, and there's not as many of the Vortex Rock DVS Juniors as some of the other categories. 13 of them according to my list, and this one, yeah, like I was saying earlier, there's a whole lot of them that are not from Auckland. This is gonna be good. The Vortex Rock DVS Junior, yes, we've got NS there. You know what that means, don't you? J. Irwin, Tokoroa from Tom Bluey, Lockhill McGregor, Dylan Jessup, Jamie Thompson, Vin Shelp, Sebastian Manson, Jake Young, Harry Scott, Jacob Bellamy, Jack Amon, Dakota Scott, Isaac Fletcher. 3 Christchurch, Jessup, Shelp and Fletcher from Christchurch. It's a long way to come. Hawke's Bay, even that's a haul. You've got to come down that highway that the government are trying to convert from a decent 100 Ks down to something like 20. Let's not talk about NZTA's rule changes right now, shall we? Today and tomorrow is all about speed, and we're going to live it up. From Nelson is McGregor. Taranaki, 2 drivers, Bellamy and Amon. DVS Junior, Supreme Kart Supplies. Thanks to Supreme Kart Supplies for looking after this particular category for the weekend. At the moment, Jamie Thompson is leading the pack with a 30 point, immediately changed, a 30.1, but look, it's going fast. The numbers are changing as they get these tyres dialed up and themselves dialed up. We're already down in the 29.9s. Jacob Bellamy, Jamie Thompson, 29.9. Jake Young, a 30.01. Lockhill McGregor. Now, I'm sorry if I pronounced that wrong. Lockhill. I'm sure someone can send us a message on our live stream. Phonetically spell it. I'm pretty sure it's Lockhill. Lockhill McGregor. It's a great name, actually. From Nelson. I'd move to Nelson if it wasn't for the transition across the islands. You've got no choice. You've got to fly or get on the boat. Some may say that's a good thing. The harder it is for us northerners to get to the South Island, the better, I keep hearing stories. Meanwhile, Tom Bluey, no. Sorry, but Tom Bluey was leading from Hawke's Bay. Not anymore, because Thompson, jumped ahead, and then so did Jay Irwin, smashing out a 29.488. According to me, 3 minutes gone. But then again, you see, Speed Hive could be a few seconds delayed on real in regards to the flag marshal. So I'll keep my left eye on the flag marshal, my right eye on Speed Hive for you on the live timing to tell you what's going on. At the moment, it's just cool to watch karts circulating. It does not matter who we focus on out there on the track at this particular stage, because the timing is all about what it is, not the racing. You can hear the tyres squealing. They're gripping up. They're full on it. Number 4 goes past the line. Tom Bluely still currently in second with a 29.581. Jay Irwin still leading the pack. 29.488. No one's been able to pip that just yet. And as expected, Irwin should be up there by rights. And everyone should be chasing. And the faster he goes, the faster everyone else will go. It's what happens, isn't it? This is motorsport. You start copying, you start changing what you do just slightly to get those thousandths of a seconds down. It's still Irwin over Bluely, Bellamy, Fletcher, Bellamy, Bewley, Fletcher, Young. McGregor in 7, Jessup in 8, Amon 9, Sebastian Manson is 10. Those top 10 are all in the 29s. The rest of them, there is nothing in it. And seriously, if you don't have the live timing, let me tell you, it's 30.1 for Harry Scott, 30.2 for Vince Shelp, 30.4 for Dakota Scott. It's basically, if you were to lay them all over the top of each other as the checkered flag drops for this qualifying session, you could throw a tarpaulin over the entire field of 13, throw a dart at it, and whichever shoulder the dart sticks in, you go, oh, yeah, you could win. They're all that close. It's awesome. So, Supreme Kart Supplies, Vortex Ross DVS Junior are getting out of the way. They've done their thing. It's now time for the KZ2 Heavy. KZ2 brought to you by Employment Law Advocacy. KZ2 Heavy by Mobile Box. So KZ2 here at the Pool and Spa Maintenance City of Sales 2-day challenge. Our live stream brought to you by Tyres. Thank you very much for that. So joining these two categories together, KZ2 Danny Galb Employment Law and the KZ2. Mobile Box, KZ2 Heavy. Good bunch of drivers going in here. This is going to be intense. Now, if you wanted to know the numbers, just in case you needed to know, Marcus Armstrong is number 9. Liam Lawson is number 10. So for those of you watching and wanting to know how our two young overseas talents are faring this weekend, the number is 9 for Armstrong and 10 for Lawson. But there's going to be a whole lot of drivers that want to take it to them. A whole lot here that want to say, hang on, no way. They're not going to get it. I want it. And I'll do everything I can to take it from them. It's not, theoretically, it's not going to be easy. I hope it's not. I hope a good challenge is put on those two drivers. Smriko from Christchurch. Osborne is Hamilton. David Malcolm is Auckland. Reece Tinney is Hamilton. Luke Thompson, Jason Lee, Michael Adolph, they're all Aucklanders. Luca Burns, travelling from the world's most southernmost city, Invercargill. Luca Burns, welcome. Welcome north. Daniel Bray from Manawatu. Scott Manson from Christchurch. Henry Galb, who of course is the sponsor of this category. Well, the Galb name. Mitchell Sparrow is Auckland. Adrian Balletta is Auckland. Joshua Parkinson, Manawatu. Regan Hall is Auckland. Gerhard Benedi is Auckland as well. Connor Wilson, Tokoroa. Daniel Bugler is Hamilton. Brendan Benedi is Auckland. Jeremy Thornton is Auckland. Gary Cullum is Auckland. And Nick Tombleson is Tokoroa. Luca Burns. There's the distance travelled, isn't it? All the way from Invercargill. Welcome to you. I hope if anyone is watching down south, thanks for sending them up. Thank you indeed. And just reminding you the qualifying times from the DVS Junior was Isaac Fletcher with a 29.3. Tom Bewley was a 29.4. Jay Irwin did not take out pole. Jay Irwin was third with a 29.488. And there's, like, I'm not even going to get the calculator to work out the tenths and thousandths between these drivers. Jamie Thompson was 29.49. Jacob Bellamy, 29.52. Jake Young, 29.61. Lockyer McGregor, 29.68. Dylan Jessup, 29.8. Jack Amon, 29.9. There's nothing. Sebastian Manson, 29.9. Harry Scott, 30.1. Vin Shelp, 30.2. Dakota Scott, 30.4. I mean, seriously, I was right. You throw a blanket over them. Absolutely. Okay, there is a second between first and second, but that's between first and last, sorry. But that's nothing. Although those at the end will say, yeah, it's not enough. I want to go faster. I want to go faster. Well, of course you do. But I wouldn't stress about it. Not with those times. That is a close. We're not talking 2 or 3 seconds out of the pace here. So again, Marcus Armstrong, 9. Liam Lawson will be in 10. Those of you who support KZ2 and KZ2 Heavy, you will have your picks. You will know who you want. There's only 7 of them in the KZ2 Heavies. So, in that, Bernardi from Auckland, Connor Wilson, Tokoroa, Daniel Bugler, Hamilton, Brendan Bernardi, Auckland, Jeremy Thornton, Auckland, Gary Cullum, Auckland, Nick Tombleson, Tokoroa. Those are your KZ2 Heavies. 7 of them. The rest of the field are all the standard KZ2. So, one would expect the KZ2s to be slightly quicker, but I would really love to see a full mix here. Let's keep an eye on it, shall we? We are underway, qualifying. 30 seconds into it, 5 minutes in total they get. Not a lot of time, don't need a lot of time. Not when you can do 2 laps in a minute. 10 laps. See, I did. You think, yeah, I know what you're thinking out there. You think, did this guy ever go to school? He doesn't sound too bright. Well, I'm telling you, at 29 and 30 seconds a lap with a 5-minute qualifying session, you can get 10 laps in. Just stand by, I'm just bringing up my calculator. Times 2. Yes, I'm correct. 10 laps you can get in if everything goes your way. You're probably going to get 9 in reality. 9 is enough. 9 is enough at the moment. Luca Burns at 29.4. Scott Manson 29.6. Jason Lee 29.6. And it'll switch out. It'll change around. There's no point even worrying about it at this stage. Let's wait for another 2 minutes, shall we? 1.5 gone. Qualifying session for the Danny Galb Law and the Mobile Box KZ2 and KZ2 Heavies. So we've already had one retirement driver. That's intriguing. And if I'm looking at the number right on that cart, that's cart number 10. That's Liam Lawson. Well, that's not good for his qualifying session at all, is it? Not good at all. We'll need to, we'll find out what's gone wrong. Look, it won't matter, will it? In fact, it'll be kind of fun if he starts at the back of the field. just quietly, it would be fun. It would make for some good entertainment. So, 27s, okay? 27s is where we're at. Provisionally, Jason Lee is on pole with a 27.5. Mitchell Sparrow with a 27.6. Joshua Parkinson a 27.6. Daniel Bray a 27.7. Marcus Armstrong a 27.7. Regan Hall 27.7. Clay Osborne is in the 27s. Luca Burns, Luke Thompson, Michael Aldolf. Then into the 28s, you got Reese Tinney, Henry Galb, David Malcolm, Scott Manson, Kim Smreka. Liam Lawson did get a time in of 28.8, puts him 16th in the field. I'm just saying here, having Liam Lawson start way down in the field is actually good. End of line. Get down the back. Let's treat it like a reverse grid handicap race and see if he can do any good. I mean, there's a first time in the KZ2 as well. So apart from a breakdown, which is not the driver's fault, you always got to find a crew member to blame for that. Well, yeah, okay, not his fault. All right, we're just going to take a quick drinks break, and then we'll come back with the next qualifying session. Won't be long. Okay, welcome back. We've had a slip. We've had a slop slap. Tony's come inside from outside because it's hot out there. Look, it's hot out there, and he's doing a great job out there on the camera in the sunshine. The news is, though, the news from the hood is that the cloud cover is starting to come in. It's cooling down a little bit. The humidity being Auckland will end up off the charts. But at least it will, as in the sunshine, start to remove some of that blistering heat. And we'll have to deal with the humidity instead. So we'll get a wet heat. Lovely. Good on you, Auckland. Okay, out on the track right now for their qualifying session are the ClubSport 120s. 10 of them, according to my details, so I can count them on the track for you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. See? I told you I went to school. You doubted me. But there it is. There's the information. Okay, so let's go back to our live timing screen in case you don't happen to have it up. Conrad Knight, Roy Lawrenson, Eastern Bay of Plenty for Conrad Knight. Lawrenson's Auckland, Paul Hutchinson is Auckland, Aaron French is Auckland. Shalyn Noble is a Whangarei, Bryce Grove, Manawatu. Frank Gilbert is Auckland. Stephen Muggeridge is Eastern Bay of Plenty. Tony Bennett and James Barnett are both Auckland for the ClubSport 120s. Brought to you by Cosgrave Awards. And they, my guess, without looking at my screen, I'd say be 30, mid-30s. Okay, let's have a look. There we go, 36.1. Oh, maybe I talked them up a little bit. 36.1 for Conrad Knight, Frank Gilbert, 36.5. Again, you're welcome to jump Speed Hive onto your side screen, because I assume there's a few of you sitting there with 3 monitors going. You know, you die-hard motorsport people. You got one with the live stream, one with the live timing. I don't know what you'd use the other monitor for. Let's not go there. Maybe you've just got a tablet and your big TV and you're doing live timing and live streaming. But if not, if you only got the live timing, let me tell you what's going on. Conrad Knight has dropped into the 35.8s. Paul Hutchinson, 35.9. Frank Gilbert, 36.0. On the cusp. Again, I'm telling you, if you can drop that number and just change the second from 36 to 35 or 33 to 32, from 30 to 29, the mental game is different. So we're looking at them coming through the grandstand at this stage. Lovely set of sweepers. Right, left, right, straight. Down they go. Yes. On the infield. There they scoot through. Turn number 2 into 3, the right-hander. Turn number 4 is the clubhouse. If you hear me across the weekend, that's what I'm talking about, clubhouse. 4 of them are scooping down the side there. Back into, I'm not going to go 5, 6, 7, okay? We're just going to call it 5. Section 5, the grandstand chicane, and down the front straight, past the start-finish line into Death Valley. Now, there was a brake failure, I remember, last year, and one of the karters ended up by the white fence at the top. It was quite fun to watch. It would have been exhilarating for the driver. That was just genuinely exciting for us to watch. When the brakes fade, when you lose your brakes after the straight, well, just close your eyes and see where you end up. Let's look at our times. We're going to drop down anything lower at this moment. It's still Hutchinson on the 35.5. Conrad Knight, 35.7. Muggeridge from Eastern Bay of Plenty has moved now up to the lead with a 35.3. Hello. Wow. And there's 2 of them from that club. Eastern Bay of Plenty, Conrad Knight, Stephen Muggeridge. Conrad's down in 5th at this stage, 0.4 away. That's nearly half a second off. A little bit of work needed there. A little bit of work. There's 2 drivers in the 37s, Roy Lawrenson, James Barnett. So now the times are starting to get a little bit tricky for them because almost 2 seconds off the pace of the leader is going to be a lot of hard work come race time. But this is just qualifying. And I tell you, the club sports have given us a lot of great racing previously, and I don't see it being any different this time. We are just about to get the checkered flag out for the club sports. Up next will be the Rotax Heavy and Senior DVS combination. Checkered flag is flying, and I can tell you that preliminary is Muggeridge from the Eastern Bay of Plenty Club. Welcome to Auckland, a 35-1. He's so close to smashing in the 34, but just couldn't quite get the cart across the line to do it. So 35-1. Paul Hutchinson representing Auckland, second place. Shannon Noble, Whangarei in third. So a good mixture there. Conrad Knight, Frank Gilbert, Tony Bennett, Grove, French, Lorenzen and Barnett wrap up the numbers. So that's it for the Cosgrave Awards Club Sport 120s. Up next is another combination class. The Rotax Max Heavies, brought to you by Bay of Plenty Kart Supplies, and the DVS Seniors, brought to you by Velocay Karting. So we combine them. Again, if you didn't hear us at the very beginning of our broadcast, what is happening is we have a total of 11 classes this weekend. But for 2 sessions across the entire weekend, there will be a combination grid, which means 9 sessions for each block. For each heat, 9 sessions, not 11. Those combination classes are the KZ2 will be with KZ2 Heavy, and this particular class, which is coming out, is the Rotax Max Heavy and Vortex Rocks DVS Seniors will be together. Rotax Max Heavy, brought to you by Bay of Plenty Kart Supplies, DVS Senior, Velocay Karting. Of course, this weekend of live stream, thanks to Carter's Tyres. Pump the chest for them. Boom, boom. Well done. Fist pump. Bringing you the Pool and Spa Maintenance City of Sales for 2022, the 2-day challenge. 2022 2-day. There's a lot of twos in there. And thank you so much to all of the team with Kart Sport Auckland who have managed to get this event functioning under red. Everybody around the country has got the same issue. Everyone knows the guidelines. It takes a fair bit of work to make it happen, but from what I've seen so far, it has been quite a smooth performance for all the competitors to be able to get in here, get their trailers in, get their setups, get their own little groups and bubbles to stay within the guidelines. There's rules, there's a regime, there's a system here. And the system that Kart Sport Auckland have produced for this weekend is working very, very well. And we're not too far off our schedule either. I mean, officially on paper, theoretically, we would only have 2 more qualifying sessions to go, but we are 2 behind. But so what? It's only a couple. It's only all of 10 minutes. 10 minutes! How about that? Hey, I'd give them a big round of applause if someone could hear me do it. What's the point? If you're sitting there in your lounge watching this live stream and you think, well, you should be clapping right now. Clap for Kart Sport Auckland and all the team, the committee, all the members, the volunteers who've gone out and made this work. So, let's go through this combined category, shall we? Max Heavy, the Rotax Max Heavy, BAP Kart Supplies, and the DVS Seniors. Some big names in here. Caleb Nato, Scott Nickel. They're like, every name's a big name in here. We'll just wait for them to come out, shall we? I mean, we'll just wait for them. It's not about you. It's about them. Waiting. They're out. Okay, they're out. We're underway. Here we go. You know how I know? You'll hear them. See, listen to this. See, I told ya. I told you they'd be coming out. Well, they are. In this qualifying session, the Rotax Max Heavies is made up of Darren Walker, Aaron Tahu, Aaron Cunningham, Zach DeVere, Hamish Tonkin, Brendan Hart, Scott Allright, Nick Ming, Sean O'Hara, Craig Holmwood, Brett Hudson, and Brandon Dawson. The DVS Seniors, Ayrton Williams, Scott Nicol, Glenn Collinson, Jason Land, Caleb Natoa, James Vandenberg. So 6 in the DVS Seniors, thanks to Velocity Karting, and the rest of the field in the Rotax Max Heavies with BOP Kart Supplies. Right up front, early numbers. Romain Harker-Ferguson from Tokoroa was leading with a 31.0, but Darren Walker has just pipped that, also with a 31.0. So now we're talking hundredths of a second between those two. Tahu was a 31.2, Aaron Cunningham a 31.2. Mitchell Rawson sitting there in a 31.6. There's a whole, the top 10 are all in 31s. The top 10 straight away out of the box, just warming up, all in the 31s. In fact, Adam Williams is a 31.4 in the DVS Seniors, 31.6. James Vandenberg from Hawke's Bay. Caleb Natoa, a 31.6. Manawatu. The numbers are still flying. A 30.9 for James Vandenberg in the DVS 7. A 30.8 for Darren Walker in the Rotax Max Heavy. 30.6 now. Aaron Cunningham moves up into second in that category. Roman moves up. Roman Harker-Ferguson has jumped into third with a 30.93. James Vandenberg is still... No, he's just been pit by Ayrton Williams, a 30.843 in the DVS Seniors. 30.8. Walker is still a 36 in the Max Heavies. 30.7 for Tahu. 30.9 for Cunningham. 30.9 for Harker-Ferguson. Ferguson, eh? Look at them all in there. 30.8 Ayrton Williams. 30.9 James Vandenberg. Caleb Natoa, 31.002. Just smashed a 30.8 for Natoa. So now he gets his name out of that 31s. Doesn't have to look at that first digit anymore. 30.5 for Walker. Still leads the pack of the Rotax Max Heavies. 0.2 of a second ahead of Tahu. It's good. Harker-Ferguson into third spot ahead of Aaron Cunningham. Tonkin moves down a little bit. Hamish Tonkin, Auckland. Back into the DVS Seniors. James Vandenberg still leads that over Natoa by 0.15. 0.15, that's it. Then Adam Williams is in third. Jason Land, 4. Scott Nicol in 5. Glenn Collinson, 6. That's your DVS Seniors. The just about to get the checkered flag. We'll see who's doing what. Walker has punched out a 30.4. Harker Ferguson is 30.6. Tahu 37. Cunningham 38. That is in the Max Heavies. Down into the DVS Seniors. Still no one taking on Vandenberg with a 30.6. Nato a 37. Williams a 38. Jason Landers a 31.2, so he's 0.4 away, nearly half a second. So the top three in the DVS Seniors are within 0.2 of a second. And the top 5 in the Rotax Max Heavies are all within 0.5 of a second, which is actually a fair smack when you think about it. But qualifying is over for them. So we're doing all right. We've still got a couple of categories. We've got 3 sessions left before lunch, and they'll easily make up the deficit of time during lunch break. That's easily done. I mean, lunch break does not have to be massive. It just means that, you know, us the real workers in this broadcast, the 4 of us who are slaving away to bring you this live stream, we'll have a shorter lunch break. Now, I know you're crying inside, aren't you? You're crying over the fact that Selena, Levi, Tony don't get to have their sausage rolls, their pies, their hot chocolates or smoothies. They'll have to gulp them down and get back to work and bring you the Cadets Tyres live stream. The 2022 two-day challenge here, the City of Sales, thanks to Pool and Spa Maintenance, coming to you live from the Giltrap Group Raceway. It's good, isn't it? Right, International Kart Supplies, Rotax Max Juniors. A few of those drivers will be switching around, but there's some names in here. You want me to run through them? You really want me to run through them? Okay, I'll run through them. Jay Irwin, Sebastian Manson, Ollie Workman, Emerson Vincent, Raymond Mellon, Dylan Jessup, Ali Hewlett, Levi McMillan, Jacob Lucas, Enzo Haggett, Cody Noble, Landon Bell, Jaya Baker, Ethan Church, Ashton Phipps, Riley Boswell, Arthur Browen, Matthew Johnston, Daniel Pye, Aston Thornton, Oscar Jackson, Ethan Sayer. Now, here's the thing. Out of all of those in the International Kart Supplies Rotax Max Juniors, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 are Auckland. The rest of the field have come from afar. Tokoroa, Nelson, Christchurch, Hamilton, Whangarei, Manawatu, Marlborough, Wellington. Wellington gets represented twice here with Daniel Pye and Ethan Sayer. Hamilton's getting a few. Oscar Jackson, Riley Boswell, Jaya Baker, Jacob Lucas, Ali Hewlett. They've really sent up quite the team here for the Rotax Max Juniors from Hamilton. They're stacking the field. Christchurch has got 2. Dylan Jessup, Levi McMillan. Tokoroa's Jay Irwin, who was also in the ROK DVS, the Rock DVS Juniors. Ollie Workman is Nelson, just alone from the top there. Marlborough. Aye, it's almost Nelson, isn't it? Arthur Browen. Manawatu, Ethan Church and Ashton Phipps. Cody Noble at Whangarei. Tell you what, you're going to have to look out for that Hamilton lot, okay? They're from the Waikato. You just got to be careful. So we'll watch 19 Ali Hewitt, 23 Jacob Lucas, 28 Jaya Baker, 43 Riley Boswell, and 90 Oscar Jackson. That Hamilton mob coming up over the Bombay Hills. You can just see the noise as they turn up, travelling up past Huntley. They go, ooh, out the window. Come at me. Yeah, we know. We know. Meanwhile, the grids are starting to turn up, the official grids. I can tell you Marco Manson will be leading the Vortex Mini Rock after lunch. Darren Walker will lead the DD2s. Isaac Fletcher will punch away with the DVS Juniors. So the grids are starting to come through as we're into qualifying now for our International Kart Supplies Rotax Max Juniors. And look at them all. Well, they are really giving the tyres plenty as they come through the grandstand down into Death Valley hairpin. And then they're going to try and hook it up for a flying lap. I think it's Ethan Church is the one there near the back of the field. He's gone infield, but he's really rocking through. Right, through the grandstand. They come now. The chicane, and they are all in it. Who's going to get the slipstream? Who's going to get the inside line? They're going side by side, and it would have cost two of the drivers straight away as they race rather than qualify. They're looking at each other. There's being hold-ups. They go infield. We'll worry about that as they come through into the grandstand now. Nice. 26 taking his time. Cody Noble. But down they come, and here's the main pack. Now look at them all, trying to pass down the inside. It's race mode under qualifying conditions. There's going to be some frustrations. No doubt about it. Look at this battle pack now. We'll try and get Tony to follow them down the infield. It's just watching them down Death Valley at the moment through the hairpin. He'll catch up to them, but you look at them coming through. They're going to come through. Right, he'll zoom here and he'll hold on grandstand and watch them come through. Watch them come through here. They are all together, and they do and they don't like this. It's pretty hot, and they're going to be hot under the collar. Few little sideways moments for a couple of the drivers exiting through the grandstand section, so it's not good for them. That'll cost them, and we are talking thousands here. Absolutely we are. International Kart Supplies, Rotax Max Juniors. But who is where? Emerson Vincent is a 31.0. Okay, there we go. Emerson Vincent from Auckland, number 10, 31.0. Jay Irwin, 31.8, because Arthur Browen has just punched out a 30.6. So Emerson has moved down at 785. Irwin, 30.8. Boswell, 30.8. Sebastian Manson, 30.8. Ethan Church, 30.8. Oscar Jacks, 30.9. Arthur Brown, 30.6. There's the punch. There it is. So Arthur Brown from Marlborough has just been smashed by three drivers straight away. Emerson Vincent, Irwin, Thornton, Workman, all up. 30.3 for Emerson Vincent. Where did that come from? Irwin's on a 35. Aston Thornton has moved into a 30.5. Ollie Workman a 30.6. 2 minutes remaining, give or take. Well, it should be 5, that's it. Here we go. We're just watching. I think some of these drivers have been held up, no doubt about it, but that's the joys of qualifying. If you don't like it, back off. Give yourself a clean run. It's up to you. You can make that choice rather than fighting amongst someone and losing yourself some time. That time being Ashton Phipps has punched out a 30.2. Wow. Ollie Workman, 30.3. Irwin, 30.3. Vincent, 30.3. Vincent, 30.2. So, with just on 60 seconds remaining, they'll get 2 laps. I think they'll get 2 laps in. Can anyone jump into the 29s? Vincent's a 30.2. Irwin's a 30.2. Workman's a 32. Phipps is 30.2. Manson is now 30.3. Fifth. And there is only, between the top 4, in fact, there's only 0.03 of a second between the top 2 because a 30.1 has been done. And it's Irwin. Irwin has done it with a 30.1. He was waiting. He was 4th. So he's pulled one out. And I would say the checkered flag is going to be raised very soon. That could have been the last shot. I think the spread of traffic is pretty good now. No one is really holding anyone else up. They're all just doing their own thing, circulating around. Some of them might be getting a little bit of a hand by those in front. My timer says 4:52. 5-minute session. Flag is out. Checkered flag is dropping. And let's see who has done what. Vincent has got him. At this stage, Vincent has got him with a 30.011. Emerson Vincent You won't believe this. If you don't have a live timing, allow me to punch you through these numbers because they are quite stunning. They are quite stunning. Emerson Vincent is a 30.011. Jay Irwin is a 30.055. Ashton Phipps is a 30.068. That's all that's separated. The top three is .057, separating the top three. That doesn't mean the rest are slow, because you have to go all the way down to position number 22 before they get out of the 30s. So basically, every single driver did the same lap time, give or take a few hundreds and thousandths of a second. There is so little in that field. The racing is going to be intense. So that is it for session 7. That's qualifying 7. We only have 8 and 9 left to run. So next up, Cadet Rock. Thanks to Strata Networks. Cadet Rock, Cadet Rock, Cadet Rock. And again, there's that's so good, isn't it? That so many karters have travelled all the way up here to the Pool and Spa Maintenance City of Sales 2-day challenge, brought to you by ClubSport Auckland, Giltrap Group and Tyres. And the Strata Networks Cadet Rock has Jaden Buttermore from Taranaki, Ivor Spence from Christchurch, Jay Hewlett from Hamilton, Braxton Kraivanga from Invercargill. That's a second Inver. Indy Irwin from Tokoroa, Daniel Lucas from Hamilton, Matt Heafy in Auckland, Jack Haware, Manawatu, Charlie Clark, Eastern Bay of Plenty, Tommy Hart, Manawatu, Harrison Cunningham, Manawatu, or Mount Wellington, sorry, Mount Wellington. Is that right? Yeah, Mount Wellington for Cunningham. Scott Rennie Edwards, Eastern Bay of Plenty. Then there's a whole lot of Aucklanders. Seth Comer, Blake Kendall, Zach Hempfield, Charles Taylor, Senna Wilkinson, Atto Bailey, and then Riley Tombleson from Tokoroa. So, again, welcome to those from outside the Super City. So good to have you here. Now, I may have accidentally called some of the Mount Wellington Club members Manawatu as I was very quickly looking through my notes. We'll get that sorted over the next session after lunch, will we? We will. I will. I'm sorry. I apologise. Well, not really. No, I don't. Okay, so Strata Networks, Cadet Rock. 19 of them ready to go here. The Giltrap Group Raceway coming to you live from Avondale, Auckland. Wouldn't it be good if we were broadcasting to some of them from overseas going, hey, this is the next crop going to come out of New Zealand and head overseas, is it? Yep, sure is, mate. Right, drivers are being pushed out. You want to hear them? You want to hear them? You do? Okay. Here we go then. Qualifying session underway. Strata Networks, Cadet Rock. Okay. So this is the junior. The 6 to 10-year-olds. They're still faster than I will ever be. That's a guarantee. They're still screaming around with an 11,000 RPM rev limiter. 11 grand. Pretty good. Pretty good. Okay, so 5 minutes for this mob as well. See what sort of times they can smash out here. Who is first? Oh, Zach Hemphill is with a 37.2 as they start to warm up their tyres. Addo Bailey is up there. Senna Wilkinson is in pretty quick. Krevanga from Invercargill is up in that top 5 area. Won't read too much into it. Need another lap just to settle themselves in. They come through grandstand, a big line of them. Head on down to that Death Valley hairpin, lads and ladesses. Head on down there. Yep, some passing manoeuvres going on early. That's cool. It's only one more qualifying session after this, and then we will take a shortened lunch break. Racing itself is due to start at 12:35. We'll see how much of that the officials decide to chunk out with our short delay from this morning. So we're 35 minutes for lunch. Will they halve it? Who knows? Doesn't matter. Just be ready, because we will be going for our first heat racing straight after lunch, however long that may be. And I can't tell you at this stage how long that will be. It doesn't matter. So as we go through, we are halfway into our 5-minute qualifying session for the Strata Networks Cadet Rock. Addo Bailey is now leading the pack with a 35.9. Zach Hemphill, 35.9. Senna Wilkinson, 30.0. Yeah, there you go. I love watching them duck down behind the steering wheels. They try and get every thousandth of a second out of these karts. Through the grandstand section, they're all coming. They're just circulating around. There's not a lot to see at this stage. It's more just the fact that Tommy Hart has moved into the lead with a 35.6. That came out of the blue. What a good time that is. Braxton, 35.7. Addo Bailey, 35.9. Hemphill is a 35.9. Matt Heafy's a 35.9. So the top 5, all in the 35s, the high 35s, but they're there. They're all close. Pretty much dialed in. Tommy Hart moves now to 35.6. 6.8. 35.668. 60 seconds remaining. Strata Networks Cadet Rock. 6 to 10-year-olds driving much faster and smarter than I do. Probably a lot faster and smarter than a lot of their own parents, really. There's no shame in it. Tommy Hart still leads the pack with a 35.668, was the best time. Hasn't been able to beat it, and nor has anyone else. 35.693 for Braxton Krevanga from Invercargill. Tommy Hart still leading. Manawatu. Addo Bailey, one of the Aucklanders, the first of the Aucklanders in this group, has just taken it now. 35.4, he got him. 35.4. Just as Tommy Hart also smashed a 35.4, but there's 0.02 in it. So they have decided to go into the low 35s now, with Addo Bailey holding sway over Tommy Hart. Braxton has not been able to, Krevanga has not been able to improve on his 35.693. And Zach Hemphill is down in 4th with a 35.896. Heafy a 998. Senna Wilkinson from Auckland, 36.011. The first of the 36s, and basically that's where everyone else is sitting. There's a few down in the 37s, but only a couple. Predominantly everyone's in the 36s, but the top 5 are in the 35s, and it's a fair gap as they finish their session. Addo Bailey a 35.364, Tommy Hart 35.438. That's it for the Strata Networks Cadet Rock. Next up is our Urban Performance Rotax Max Light. (31 of them. 31 of them in the Urban Performance Rotax Max Light. And there is a heap from out of town. Okay, look, we've got a little bit of time here. Let's try and nut through them, shall we? Zach Stitchbury from Hawke's Bay. Heather Comer is Auckland. Rihanna O'Meara Hunt is Wellington. Blair Holdham is Auckland. Michael McCulloch, Manawatu. Josh Richmond, Mount Wellington. Ian Smith, Wellington. Stella Carter, Mount Wellington. George Sampson, Auckland. Cameron Horrocks, Bay of Plenty. Josh McDonald, Divian Taylor, both Auckland. Chris Benton is Whangarei. Trent Ingham. Jackson Rooney, Manawatu. Brad Hewson, Rotorua. Haven't had many of them, actually. That's intriguing. In fact, that's I think the first one for the weekend. A bit of a loner there. Hero Sheridan is Auckland. Findlay Dixon, another Invercargill. Yeah, now we've got a couple of them. Casey Led is Auckland. Tyler Endney is Wellington. Miles Findlay, Christchurch. Luca Burns is Invercargill. Ryan Crombie is Auckland. Scott McLaren is Christchurch. Taylor Payne, Hamilton. Emily Robb, Mount Wellington. Daniel Kent is Auckland. Matt Burkett is Nelson. Sonny Bill Harwood, Auckland. Campbell Joyce is Hamilton. Blake Austin is Tokoroa. So they're just doing the gates down there in the dummy grid area. Our grids are starting to come through for our sessions after lunch. ClubSport, Stephen Muggeridge will lead that away. The KZ2 will be led by Jason Lee. Mitchell Sparrow will be in beside. And we'll worry about that when the time comes. That'll be roughly 20 past 1, give or take. Remember, there's 9 sessions, so 9 heats, 9 groups, okay, in each block, even though there's 11 classes. 2 of our heats, 2 of our sessions are combined classes. KZ2 and KZ2 Heavy are together. Rotax Max Heavy and DVS Seniors are together on the same grid at the same time. 31 of them here in the Urban Performance Rotax Max Lights. The track, I'm just checking. Yeah, the track is clear. We're just waiting to see. Looks like there's a couple of carts a little bit late. That's all right. This is the last one, by the way, before our lunch break. Again, no doubt, Kartsport Auckland will shorten the lunch break to bring back some of the time deficit. So don't stray away too far. If you do, you'll miss the Vortex Mini Rock and the Rotax DD2s, which are due to start theoretically 12:35 would be heat number 1 for the weekend. The NZ Motorsport Vortex Mini Rocks. On paper, 12:35. I'll come back to you later and tell you if that's going to be correct or not, or whether it's 12:40. There won't be much in it. Or whether they move them even to 12:15. They don't let me make those decisions. Apparently, my math isn't good enough to be able to do things like that. I find that quite insulting, but nonetheless, it is what it is. So we're just waiting for them. It looks like the gate is about to... Yes, the gate is open, and out they come. 31 of them. I don't know if all 31 will be out there, but goodness me, this is going to be hectic. Particularly in the race. How good was that? Okay, so we get underway with the Urban Performance Rotax Max Lights. Where's your money? Where's your coffee bet on this one? Where's your wager going? Well, when there's 31 drivers and all of them know how to drive and all of them are quick enough, where do you pick? So the warm-up lap's done. So warm-up lap is done. Let's try and see who is doing what. Josh Richmond is the first to punch out a number, and he's jumped into the 30 straight away, but check this out, 30.999. But it's a 30 nonetheless. Then you got Ryan Crombie, Brad Hewson, Blake Austin, Renamara Hunt, Jackson, Rooney, Michael McCullough. They're all in the 30s. It's hard to even keep up with them. Ryan Crombie down to 30.4. $30.471. Jackson Rooney. Ryan Crombie still holds sway at a 30.471 in the Urban Performance Rotax Max Lights. Zach Stitchbury has now pipped him by 0.1 of a second. So Zach Stitchbury has moved into a 30.357. 4 laps into it. No excuses anymore. You've got Slipstream. You've got hot tyres. But it's a 30.357. Anyone moving up or down? Jackson Rooney back up. Ryan Crombie's got him a 30.284 on the 5th lap, halfway through the session. They'll get 8. Maybe they'll just sneak in 9. 30.2 for Ryan Crombie. So the Auckland local at this stage mastering the qualifying session for the Urban Performance Rotax Max Lights. 29.9, he's done it again. He's punched out a number, 29.9. Closest is Zach Stitchbury with a 30.149. Campbell Joyce is third, a 30.322. Blake Austin, 30.339. Josh Richmond, 30.339. No, 3. It keeps moving faster than I can read them. Ryan Crombie is at 29.9 still. Zach Stitchbury, 29.9. Now, hang on a second. 0.002, 2 thousandths of a second between Crombie and Stitchbury, 1 and 2. Now, what is that? That's the bumper. That's the front splitter of a kart, is the difference between those two drivers. George Sampson has moved into third now with 30.101. Jackson Rooney has moved up again into fourth with a 30.138. Josh Richmond, 30.175. Taylor Payne, 30.178. That's 0.003 between 5 and 6. We have 30 seconds remaining. Will they get in 9 laps? Has anyone got a chance? The cloud cover's kicking in. It's cooling down. Thought it might have slowed them down, but no. They're punching them out. Only 2 drivers in the 29s. A 29.961, a 21.9963. That's 0.002. Crombie over Stitchbury. That is it. Crombie over Stitchbury. The checkered flag has fallen. Can anyone on this final circulation do anything to get these two? Richmond is a 30.0. They have. Stitchbury's got him. 29.817. Crombie 29.819. So the 0.002 still exists, but they flicked it. They switched it around, and Zach Stitchbury has just punched out a 29.817 over a 29.819. Almost unheard of. Hero Sheridan moved up out of nowhere. 30.046. And a 30.08 for Richmond. A 30.087. for Rooney. Samson was a 30.101. I have to scroll all the way down to position 26 before they jump out of the 30-second barrier. But 2 drivers jumped into that 29 mind game, that 29 barrier, with a 29.817 over a 29.819. And this is just qualifying. I think I need to calm down a little. I don't want to elevate you too early because the racing, by just what we have seen in the qualifying sessions this morning, is going to be off the charts. So we are done for our qualifying sessions here at the Pool and Spa Maintenance. City of Sales for 2022, brought to you by ClubSport Auckland. Cadets, Tyres is your live stream from the Giltrap Group Raceway. We will just pan off for a bit. I don't know exactly when lunch finishes. They are still working through the numbers. I'm sorry about that. I can't give you a number. But it'll be any time between now and I would say 20 minutes. So just be aware that lunch could be very short because we still have to meet the curfew for this evening. And we want to get the last race underway just after 5. So we've got to make sure that's done. So don't go too far away. Even if you just keep it in the background, go make yourself a smoothie or a coffee or an ice water or whatever you need. Go have your homemade sausage rolls. And we'll be right back after our quick lunch break. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the 2022 Pool and Spa Maintenance City of Sales 2-day challenge, coming to you live from the Giltrap Group Raceway. Thanks to ClubSport Auckland, thanks to the volunteers, the mums, the dads, the brothers, the sisters, aunties and uncles, grandparents, everybody that's been involved in getting this 2-day motorsport event underway under the red conditions and guidelines. We know what that means for events, and it's been tough, it's been difficult, but the rules are very stringent. They've really set in a good pattern here and a good system here at ClubSport Auckland at the Giltrap Group Raceway. We're about to get underway in our first heat, our first session for the weekend. We're doing one more lap. My name is Craig Lord. It's a pleasure to be bringing this to you. Tony is your man on the camera. Selena is our executive producer. And Levi is the running man who makes sure all the information gets to us as soon as possible from race control. As the karts cue themselves in field, they'll come now into turn number 4, the clubhouse, and Marshall's telling them just to back it down up front. Let those rear karts come through. This is Vortex Mini Rock, brought to you by NZ Motorsports. As an N and then ZED, NZ Motorsport. They come around through the grandstand chicane area. Here we go. Waiting for the officials. The lights are still red. Are they happy? Yes, no, maybe. Yes, they are. We are underway and racing for the first time this weekend. It is Vortex Mini Rock heading into Death Valley Hairpin. There's been a little bit of contact. Some get pushed around, some get spun around, and some get thrown into the wilderness. Fine. The marshals out there will sort that out. The lead pack still goes through. We'll find out if they can continue, because we are looking at at least 6 of these karts being caught out in a melee of turn number 1. And when you've got 30, I think it was 31 cars, 30 karts trying to go into turn number 1, all sorts of chaos can ensue. So, have they cleared the track? Yes, they've done a great job. We've still got 2 on the sideline, but they are out of the way. They will be shuffled by the marshals, so the rest of the field can continue unhindered. Remember, you can look at the live timing for the event on Speed Hive. It is available. We are watching NZ Motorsport, Vortex Mini Rocks. The front field is starting to fan out a little bit. So Marco Manson, who was on pole, still leading the way. 15 laps for every heat today. 2 sessions out there for every single class and category. It's still Marco Manson, Carson Daly, Miles Baker, Grayson Stowe. William Eric Edmondson is down in 5th place. Lost the spot there. Cooper Inslee in 6th. Ian Layla. Still the field is bunched up the front here. The top 6 are going through, with Marco Manson still holding sway over top of Carson Daly. Marco Manson and Daly still holding 1-2 in the top 6 area. Grayson Stone and Baker. That's where the fight is at this stage. This lead pack. Manson starting to pull away on his own, not really having to worry about anyone else around him. Daly, Baker, Edmondson, Stowe, Inslee, they're all fighting it out, wondering who is going to blink and make a mistake. That's what we're waiting for, the small little mistake. Trying to inch their carts forward to catch up to Marco Mason. Still ahead of Grayson Stowe, who did move up. Now, Grayson Stowe started in 5th place on the grid, is now in 2nd. So that's quite a stellar effort to move up all that way. Daly is in 3rd. There is another bunch fighting near the back of the field, but not a huge amount. They're more just circulating close and staying together. This fight up front is where it's happening. Now, where the problem is going to be is they are now on the first of the lap traffic. The tail markers are going to take a play in this race, in this heat. So early on in it, because we're only halfway through it, we're into lap 7, now into lap 8 as Marco goes through. And the gap is slightly closed, not by a lot, but enough to give Grayson Stowe maybe a sniff of opportunity, especially if our leader Manson gets up amongst more of these tail markers. Let's watch him go through. They're down in turn 4 in the clubhouse. They come down the side straight. They do the little left-hand kink and then into the grandstand. 2 of the tail markers are there now, and here comes our leading battle pack of, it's now 7 drivers, no, it's 6 drivers plus a tail marker, so it's still the 6. They go through. They haven't caught the other 2 just yet, but they are starting to catch them. I think those 2 up front are actually reasonably quick. They're not slow by any stretch, but what's happened is, and there was almost an incident right there, is they were caught up in the mix-up on turn number 1 in the opening lap, and that's what's put them down so far in the field. So the first 2 of the field have got through, and now the tail markers are right in the middle of it. He gets out of the way. That's brilliant awareness, brilliant driving to stay out of Manson, Stowe, Daly, Baker, Edmondson, Inslee. That is still it, with Lala, Pye, Bell, Finnemore, Phillips, Thean, Tombleson. A lot of those drivers down in the field. Harrison Zhao is in 14th. But up front it is still Marco Manson. Marco Manson with the run at this stage. The rest of them can't catch up. That gap is just enough. I mean, it's not a massive gap, but it is enough. In fact, though, as I say that, Stowe has closed in. So now we do, I think, have a genuine battle with 4 laps remaining for positions 1 and 2. They are walking away. Manson, Stowe walking away from 3, 4, and 5. 6 are starting to drop off the field. 3, 4, and 5 is Daly, Baker, Edmondson. Now fighting for the 3rd position on the podium. Up front and well and truly out front, Manson and Stowe. Manson is either slowing or Stowe is speeding. Whatever it is, the gap has closed up. We are now in for a dead set battle as they come through for the final 3 laps of this race. There is also a genuine battle going on for 3rd, 4th, and 5th position. And there's a lot of pride at stake and plenty of points in heat number 1 here of the NZ Motorsport Vortex Mini Rock. The leaders go through 1 and 2, and he is all over the tailpipe. Now there will be some changes. There will be changes in the field. Baker Edmondson has moved up into 4th now. Daly has lost a spot. In fact, hasn't he lost 2? And there could be more changes. I think there will be with the last couple of laps in this opening heat for the Pool and Spa Maintenance 2022 City of Sales 2-day challenge. Cadets Tyres bringing us this live stream from the Giltrap Group Raceway as Marco Manson does everything to stay in front of Grayson Stowe. And really, that has been the drive of the race so far, to move up from 5th position on the grid, 5th on the grid to 2nd and fighting for 1st because more lap traffic is getting in the way. Both of them get around, no problem. They navigate, they negotiate. Well, actually they didn't. They barged their way through. It's a clean run. Out comes the checkered flag, and he gets it, but only just. It is Manson over Stowe, Baker and Edmondson. Daly Inslee will now take 6th position. Pye and Bow with Lala, Finney-Moore, Phillips and Thean. And then it's Tombleson. 14th is Zhao. Watson is 15. Goodall, Phillips, Frost, Wilkinson and Meyer bring out your top 20. A few of the others have gone through and the numbers wrap up. So we've done it. We've got our way through and we are probably only, and that's not bad considering, 10 minutes behind schedule. It's pretty comfortable at this stage. And ClubSport Auckland will do everything they can to punch these through. Every 30 seconds they can gain here and there will move us up the track time. Unfortunately, we've got a few karts here that we have to clear off the track, so that'll lose us a few more minutes. But I don't think the officials will muck around. Up next, though. Up next, Glen Eden Auto Electrical proudly brings you the Rotax DD2. Darren Walker will be on pole with Sam Waddell in 2nd place beside him on that front row. In the 2nd row, Matthew McBride and Louise Rawson. Aaron Tahu is 5. Ryan Nowacki is in 6. Hayes Taylor and Craig Cook make up the 4th row. Chris Jensen, Tim Erickson will be on row 5, 9 and 10 respectively. Simon Davies, Tim Wakefield 11 and 12. Daniel Mayle, Cameron Dennis is 13 and 14. Gary Claxton, Vikram Singh is 16 and Sam Martin will bring up the back of the field in 17th position for the Glen Eden Auto Electrical DD2 category. They'll be up next. Well, you may have heard the news that karting is still on. We are here at the Pool and Spa Maintenance 2022 City of Sales 2-day challenge, brought to you by Tyres, the live stream from the Giltrap Group Raceway here in Avondale, Auckland. For those of you watching in Upper Mongolia, Eastern Slovakia and West Texas, we're down in little old New Zealand. We're getting ourselves into the formation lap here for the Glen Eden Auto Electrical Rotax DD2 category. Darren Walker on pole. Beside him on that front row is Sam Waddell. Matthew McBride and Louise Rawson are your front two rows. Basically, this category is full of Auckland, with Darren Walker from Bay of Plenty holding sway up front. Louise Rawson from Hamilton on that second row in fourth place. Tim Erickson from Bay of Plenty is down in position number 10. Sam Waddell from Hamilton is on that front row. And Simon Davies, Auckland, but Mount Wellington, is down in 11th. But here we are. We are ready to go. Darren Walker, Sam Waddell waiting for the lights to go out. They are still red. We are waiting. We are watching. They are green. The officials are happy, and they all dive in, and that's been a great run on the inside. And I think both drivers, if we wait and see, have come through from the second part. Yes, Matthew McBride did. He snuck down the inside because the door, for some reason, was left open by Darren Walker. I don't know what he was thinking. One cart goes off. Okay, all right, opening lap. So McBride from the second row snuck his way. In fact, he didn't sneak his way through. He raced his way through into the lead of this race. And it was a brilliant job straight into turn number 1, Death Valley, as it's known by the locals. Hits now turn number 2, the left-hander infield, into 3, and they head down to 4, but he's under pressure. Lots of pressure as they go into turn number 4 at the club rooms. They'll slide their way down the side straight with the little kink into grandstand. We're calling that whole chicane area number 5 for the weekend. And Walker is back on him, right on the tailpipe. He is not happy that he got pipped for the lead. And he has got to do a lot of work to get it back in. The DD2's flying around. They were doing lap times in the 28s and 29s during qualifying. There's been spins, there's offs, there's all sorts of drama. There's guys getting caught up in the melee as they can't get out of the racing line. And that really is the racing line where these three karts have caught themselves up. They'll be able to get themselves out of trouble, but I'm pretty sure some of them were the front runners. Yellow flags will fly. He's got to get himself out of the racing line because that's where it really is. It's not in the safest of spots, and I think his kart is damaged. The way he's dragging that rear end down, I think the front end got an absolute smack when he hit into the kart that was stranded. And a few helpers come in and kick it out of the way. So the race continues. We have lost those drivers. The front runner got through. McBride is still through in the lead. Aaron Tahu, that incident moves him from down around 5th or 6th position up into 2nd. Hayes Taylor moves into 3rd. Louise is still in 4th spot. So our leaders, let's try and find them. I'm pretty sure that they are all harassing each other. 48 Tahu goes through, so that is 2nd place. Right, so got my bearings back. The leader has gone through Death Valley hairpin. Then it is Tahu. Then it is Taylor, Rawson, Cook, Nowaki, Erickson, Jensen, Davies, Martin and Singh. Darren Walker is out. And it was Sam Waddell out. So 2 of the front runners gone. Massive points deficit. Already lost. And this is only the opening heat of the weekend. 15 laps. We are only into lap number 6. And already some of the top drivers are out. Still with Matthew McBride leading the pack with a massive gap. In fact, he could probably, if he can turn his head enough to see the gap back to Tahu, back off a little bit. Relax it a little bit, save himself and his kart. He goes through now, and the deficit is 2 seconds. Back to Tahu. 2 seconds is massive. He can make a mistake and still be in the lead. Maybe that's the idea. Why back down? Because if I make a mistake, I might get pounced on. Whole lot of different things are going through a driver's mind. How hard do they push when they know they've got a lead? Tahu has no choice. He has to push, not only to maintain a second spot, but have any opportunity of catching McBride up front. Tahu does look behind to see where they are. 13, Hayes Taylor comes through. 43, Louise Rawson comes through as well in 4th position, still holding it. Craig Cook, Ryan Nowacki, Tim Erickson, Chris Jensen, Simon Davies and Sam Martin make up your top 10 in the Glen Eden Auto Electrical DD2s. We've lost our front runners if you missed it. Matthew McBride, let me give you a very quick rundown as we are into lap 9 of 15. McBride got a stunning start down the inside, got in front of the 2 front row sitters, got in front of Walker and Waddell, and then held the lead. Then 2 laps into it, Walker was chasing hard, had an off. Waddell got caught up in it. A 3rd driver, I'm unsure which one it was, also got caught up in the mix. Definitely damaged the kart as it was a head-on hit. But McBride got through, so he led the race. He's still leading, and he's got a decent gap of 1.5. Well, when I say decent, half a second has been lost. Now, either he's backed off half a second, or Tahu has done a stellar job to catch up. My guess at this stage is McBride has backed off a little bit. Why punish your tyres and your kart and yourself when you have a 1 to 2 second lead? The gap is 1.4. We'll see if it closes up, but we are into lap number 11 of 15, so probably not too much panic. And no need to wreck the tyres. Tahu gets a big bounce on turn number 3. That's McBride going through 4 now. Then it's Tahu, Rawson. So she has moved up into 3rd spot. Let me double check that. I want to check the numbers here. 43 goes through. Yes, she's moved up from 5th place into 4th and now into 3rd. So went 4, 4, 3. The gap is 1.7. And the gap between 1st and 2nd is 1.3. So that is actually closing up. The only problem for Tahu, and it's a major problem, is that the gap between himself and 2nd and Rawson is 3rd is nothing. It is 0.4 of a second. Basically, it's only a couple of karts. And in fact, that is going to change dramatically. Here we go into Death Valley, into the hairpin. Is there a chance here for a positional change? Tahu did not get it right. He's made a mistake somewhere. Rawson on the inside, on the outside, right on the tailpipe. Tahu's made another mistake. He's feeling the pressure here, and Louise is not happy. I saw her hand go up. She is protesting, but that doesn't matter at the moment. Get past, make some noise on the track. Right on the tailpipe. Here we go. McBride is out in front cleanly. We are on the last lap. Tahu looks behind. He is in 2nd place. Can he hold on to it? Is he going to make another mistake under pressure? He's not as fast going through turn number 2 and 3 into 4. Here we go, the last chance opportunity. McBride is going to win this. No problem at all. But here comes a dive. No, the door is shut. Tahu's still sliding his cart around. It's enough. And he just hold on to 2nd position. That's what we want in karting. Glen Eden Auto Electrical DD2s. What a show that was. Heat number 2 of the weekend. The Rotax DD2s. McBride taking the win quite easily because in the end, positions 2 and 3, Tahu and Rawson, they ended up fighting each other, and of course that starts to slow them down. McBride could just waltz away, but that was a deserved win for McBride because McBride went in from the start, straight into the front of the race, got the whole shot. It was brilliantly done. So there we go. That was heat number 2, Glen Eden Auto Electrical Rotax DD2s. Up next is the Supreme Kart Supplies Vortex Rock, the ROK DVS Juniors. Not many of them. Only 13. I hope all 13 get out there. Your grid position will be I can see the marshals out there on the dummy grid just starting to sort them out. Other queues further back, and the way this is working under red, and ClubSport Auckland have done a great job here. They've segmented every single category to remain within the red traffic light guidelines. It's very well done. And all the teams and drivers, you're only allowed one. That's it. There's no crews, basically, because we're not allowed spectators. That's why you're watching on the live stream. But anyway, the whole system is proving to be very smooth. The drivers and the team, and I mean that in singular, are obeying the rules, doing their jobs, knowing what the guidelines are. And now we're underway with our third heat. Yes, we are. We're into our third heat. The Junior DVS, thanks to Supreme Kart Supplies. So these juniors, they have to be between 12 and 16 years of age. And the DVS is a particular category of engine and kart spec. Well, let's not go into it. It's an FIA, CIAK. Look, it's what it is, okay? So that's this particular category. They're fast. And the heats, from what I understand, is that heats 1 and 2, today's first heat, which is the session we're in now, and then this afternoon, later this afternoon, heat 2, the grids are the same. Grids for heat 2 are not made up from the results from heat number 1. So if you did a good qualifying, bonus for you. However, in that last race, we saw Sam Waddell and Darren Walker both out, but if they can get their karts repaired in time, they'll be back out on that front row for the next race. And I guarantee you they won't open the door on the inside like they did last time through. Here they come. Formation lap looks pretty good at this stage. The red lights are still on. I'm keeping an eye on them. The lights are out. We are underway. The door is closed this time. In fact, they push, they shove, they try and get the inside line. Not a chance. So that's not going to happen. And now they file their way through. No incidents so far. Let's look at turn number 2, 3. They head into 4 down in the club rooms. No argy-bargy this time around, which, to be fair, I'm a little surprised about. Through segment 5, the chicanes, the grandstand view, and they file through. 96 takes the lead still. Isaac Fletcher, who was on pole position. Tom Bewley in second. Now, Irwin has got through, into second spot. I missed that. But it only just happened, so forgiven. And there they go, straight through. So, Tom Bewley. Now, where did Isaac Fletcher go? Isaac Fletcher has dropped right down into 5th spot. So that's a major mistake going on there, to go from the lead into 5th position. Someone's going to have their angry pants on this afternoon when you drop down 4 spots from leading the race, grabbing qualifying pole position, and then within lap number 2, you are moved down into 5th position. Bewley has taken over the lead, but my data is not showing Jay Irwin. Now, I'm trying to see, is he on the track somewhere? Has he left out on the field? So he has. So there was an incident. That's what's happened. And I missed it. I missed the drama and excitement. So Jay Irwin is out. He'll be gone. Started in 3rd position, that 2nd row spot, which is a great spot. It's now Bewley leading the pack through. Jamie Thompson in 2nd. And I just want to check, and I want to double check a number here, because when they come past the commentary booth, if I am right here, if cart number 55, if this isn't a transponder issue, we could have had already the drive of a weekend. In fact, I think it's true. Sebastian Manson started this race in 10th position, is already up in the top 5, was 4th for a second there. No, sorry, was 3rd, has been dropped down into 4th from 10th, and we're only into 5 laps. So that's a stunning drive. With all the things that have gone wrong, Sebastian Manson managed to get around everyone and move up into that podium fighting position, which at this stage, holding sway out the front is Tom Bewley. Jamie Thompson, there's only 0.1 of a second between these two, as you can obviously see. They go into turn number 2, still looking over the shoulder. I think it should be eyes front. Stop looking and drive, son. Tom Bewley trying to drive defensively. Basically has no choice, doesn't want to, but knows that the pressure is on. Eyes are forward. Got to cover. Down the inside now, not a chance. Not enough of a movement for Thompson. Cart number 30 doing everything possible to get around number 4. They go down towards the infield. It's a race between these front two at this stage. Positions 3, 4, and 5 are held by Young, Manson, and Fletcher. As I said, was leading the race. Had pole. Got the whole shot. And then I think got caught up with Irwin, knocked him back, and now is fighting down in 5th spot. And the speed of all these carts, it's so similar. The chances of getting by are very slim right now. Really is going to need a mistake from one of those 4 carts in front. Speaking of potential mistakes, we're still watching those front 2 runners. Bewley, Thompson, 1 and 2. Bewley started on the front row in 2nd spot. Thompson started in 4th position, directly behind in row number 2. And they are now fighting for the lead of this race. Thompson has a look behind. Don't even worry about it. No one close. Focus. Eyes forward. You only have 5 laps remaining to try and do some kind of pressure move. There was a little mistake going through turn number 3. Lost the cart length. Has to try and gain it back here. Where will the dive under brakes happen? Coming into 5 through the grandstand. Another cart gets itself out of the way. We're losing them all over the place here. All over the place. And the Supreme Kart Supplies DVS Juniors. Remember, they're only between. There's the move now. Down the inside into turn number 2. The switchback happens. Went in too hot. Couldn't keep the cart under control. Lost the racing line. And it was taken back. But what a move. Now, Bewley will know that. And will know, okay, you're going to try and get me on the inside of turn number 2. I'll remember that for next time, but the gap is massive. It was a great run, but gee, it was hot under brakes and couldn't get the cart under control. Lost a whole lot of track time as it scrubbed off speed. It wiped out wide, got into the marbles, and then Bewley managed to get back up on the inside. Good racing between those front 2. Further back in 3, 4, and 5 is really the only other race at this stage. There's not a lot in it. But it is up front with these 2 on their own. Supreme Kart Supplies, DVS Juniors, trying again. Squeezes hard under the brakes, did a much better job. Closed the gap right up. Lap 12 at the moment. 15 is the race. There's still 3 chances. Just got to stay close. 2 cart lengths in it between Bewley and Thompson. 3, 4, and 5, no changes at all. It's still Manson, Young, and Fletcher. But up front, we're focusing on this. The race for the big points. Bewley is starting to lose a little bit of momentum there, I would say. A little bit of focus loss under pressure. Stay concentrating. Keep the attention forward. Don't worry about Thompson and behind. Do your job. Looks over the shoulder again just to make sure isn't going to come down. We are in the last lap now. Supreme Kart Supplies, DVS Juniors, giving us good entertainment up front. The rest of the karts have settled into that's the position I'm going to have. No point wrecking myself for anything else. But up front, there is one more opportunity. The gap is too far. There's no way that's going to happen under brakes. A little bit of tail slide from the leader, Tom Bewley, but he will go through and take the checkered flag in a stunning race. A great job under pressure. The front row, position number 2, and there will be a little bit of a, yeah, boy, thumbs up, fist bump for those two, because that was some cool racing. Fletcher will be very disappointed. Even though I didn't see it, one can only assume that because he and Irwin were up front together, fighting for the lead, one of those karts is off the track, that the two of them probably came together, and that's what knocked them down in the 5th spot. So that is it for the Supreme Karts DVS Juniors. Next up is a combination class yet again, but we'll take a little breather. We'll be right back because they've got to clear some of the stranded karts off the track. Won't be long. Well, it's a Danny Galb Law KZ2s in the mobile box. KZ2 Heavies here at the Pool and Spa Maintenance 2022 City of Sales. This grid that I'll read out is the same for heats 1, 2 and 3, with a front row start given to Jason Lee. He did a 27.5 in qualifying. Mitchell Sparrow be on the front row with him. Joshua Parkinson and Daniel Bray, Marcus Armstrong, Regan Hall, Luca Burns and Luke Thompson, Michael Aldoff and Reese Tinney, Henry Galb, Daniel Bugler, David Malcolm, Scott Manson and Nick Tombleson. Kim Shrieker will be on row 8. Gary Cullum, Connor Wilson, Brendan Benedy, Liam Lawson back in 20 after a kart problem. Gerhard Benedy, Jeremy Thornton, Adrian Balletta and Clay Osborne. Are you ready? Listen to them scream. As they turn down into Death Valley, the hairpin right-hander screaming straight into turn number 2. Now they slick their way. One's been spun out. 2 have been spun out. And we still carry on. We go into turn 4, the clubhouse for the first time. In the Danny Galb Law and mobile box, KZ2 and KZ2 Heavies. Keep an eye on who got where, who got the hold shot, who got through. Jason Lee holds sway over Daniel Bray, and as I said before, Daniel Bray has an opportunity to sneak up, and he did. He moves all the way into second. Joshua Parkinson in third, stays third. Marcus Armstrong has come from 5th into 4th. Keep an eye way down in the field. Position number 20, we'll let you know how that goes. But position 20, of course, is Liam Lawson trying to make his way through in a KZ2 for the first time. So not only does he have to race, he's got to do it while learning how the kart actually works. Up front, Jason Lee, Daniel Bray, Joshua Parkinson, Marcus Armstrong into 4th. Luke Thompson is now in 5. Michael Adolf is in 6. Mitchell Sparrow is down into 7th. Regan Hall in 8. Henry Galb 9. David Malcolm in 10. Liam Lawson is in 16th position at this stage and might in fact be out. Yes, so Liam Lawson is out officially. Gone into the pits. I'd say that kart is kaput. There's a big yellow waving down on turn number 4. It's just that a few karts have come together, but they'll sort themselves out. We go into the leaders right now, and Daniel Bray has done it. He has snuck his way into the lead ahead of Jason Lee and Joshua Parkinson. So Bray has gone from 4th into 1st. Marcus Armstrong still in 4th. Lee is down into 2nd. Luke Thompson in 5. Michael Aldoff is in 6. Mitchell Sparrow is in 7. Who did start, by the way, on the front row in 2nd spot. And according to my data, is down in 7th. I'll double check that when they come through. The blue flag is waving. So there could be some confusion here as to who is doing what. But according to my data and what I'm seeing in front of me, it is Daniel Bray holding the pack ahead of Jason Lee and Joshua Parkinson. Let's double check that. Yes, Marcus Armstrong comes in 4th. And 5, Michael and Mitchell Sparrow, I'm sure is in 7th spot. Started this race on the front row. So that's grim, rather grim indeed. That front pack now heading into turn number 4. The right-hander, and someone's been spat out. Or was that a tail runner? Or is it a kart problem? Because big trouble. It sort of looked like he was part of that front pack. Hang on, let me see as the numbers come through. I won't worry about what's happening in the race. It is kart number 86. Trying to see who that is. It's not one of the front ones, so it's way on. It's way down. Adrian Balletta down a lap. That kart is causing major problems, and it's just circulating at this stage. Back to the front runners. That's who you are looking at this stage. Jason Lee has got back in front of Daniel Bray. So that's a good job between these. 2.3 of a second between them. Then back 0.7 to Joshua Parkinson. Marcus Armstrong still in fourth, doing everything possible to stay with this front pack and try and get a podium. There's still the opportunity, although the laps in these karts do tend to tick down pretty quickly. We're about to hit the start of lap number 9, 15 being the race. Lee, Bray, Parkinson, Armstrong, and then it is daylight between Thompson, Sparrow, and Hall. Henry Galb up. We are losing. Michael Aldoff has dropped right down into 12, so something's gone wrong with his rig. But it is just this front four pack that is holding everything going in this race. That's keeping our excitement levels up. It is still Lee. Lap 10 now. Bray. Parkinson. Armstrong. Nothing in it. One mistake is all it's going to take now. Getting into another tail marker who crosses into the driving line and gets in the way, stays wide. Everyone has to go down the inside. They do. Good job. Well done. Staying out of trouble. Into grandstand. Section 5. Down that start-finish straight, heading into Death Valley, where last year one of the drivers' brakes failed. All the way up that hill. So far, nothing that exciting has happened this weekend. Yet we're only into the heats, the first of them. Still plenty of time for that to happen. That front four, they're holding it together. Now Bray is catching up again. Trying to see if Lee is making a mistake or just slowing down, but Bray is right there. He's ready to pounce. I don't think he's close enough for the inside. Surely not. No. He backs off, thinks about it. Probably was more playing mind games than anything else. It cost him a little bit of time, a little bit of exit speed. Goes into 2, now 3, into 4. Here we go. The opportunity is coming to get him under brakes. Slight kink under brakes. Is he going to try? No. But the pressure is there. Will he give it a shot here on the start finish? Yes, he's going to try. Still too far back. Goes in. The gap is widened once more. It's like he gave it a shot and has to reset. And we are on lap 13 of 15. Really, the opportunities are running out. Lee has to stay focused. 2 jobs for Lee. Jason has to drive his own race and at the same time try and be defensive. Last lap board is up. Last lap board is up. And they are in amongst the tail markers now, and it's caused some problems. Bray might lose 2 spots here. Hang on. Trying to see what's going on. It's getting a little messy. They go into turn number 4. It is Lee well out in front. And I just think a couple of the tail markers got involved with the race. There they come through for the checkered flag. They make it. Lee gets it in the end. He did lose the spot, but he got it back. He did have pole position. He'll have that for the next 2 races as well. Marcus Armstrong moved up into 3rd spot from 5th overall. Joshua Parkinson down into 4th on that last lap, lost the position. Regan Hall in 5. Reese Tinney all the way up into 6th spot, which is nice, given that, if I'm right, I'm just going to double check my numbers here. Yeah, he started in 10th. So from 10th into 6th, so he gained 4 spots in that one. That's nice. Scott Manson was 7. Henry Galb was 8, lost a couple. David Malcolm 9. Kim Smrika is 10. Luke Thompson, Mitchell Sparrow down. Mitchell Sparrow. There will be a story. Started on the front row in 2nd spot. Ended up finishing in 12th position, losing 10 spots in that race. For the Danny Galb Law and Mobile Box, KZ2 and KZ2 Heavies. Doesn't look like there's going to be any recoveries required on this one. The last of them are coming through, and that is Mitchell Sparrow. So genuine kart problem, I would say. Something wasn't right and just lost 10 spots in that race. So now they'll reset. In fact, I think he's lucky to even make it back into pit lane. But anyway, up next is one of the smaller categories. They're not the fastest, but they sure do put on a good show for what they are. It is the ClubSport 120s, the Cosgrove Awards, ClubSport 120s. It's a kind of category that would suit me. It's a fairly, they're not, no, we shouldn't call them slow. They're not slow. They're just slower than the other high performance ones. But no, I was just thinking maybe it's a category for me, but I don't even think I could handle those. We've got 10 carts. Hopefully they all make it out. And I think we should be out pretty soon. I don't think we'll need a break for this one, which will be nice. We can gain some time back because currently it is 1:48 and they were due out at 1:35. So we have lost around 20 odd minutes. Oh, hang on. 45, 40, no, 10. That's not bad. 15 minutes. We can cope with that. They'll just push things a little bit quicker. But I can't see them being too far away. Won't be long, and we'll have them out here. Cosgrove Awards, ClubSport 120s. So here we go. We're set for the ClubSport 120s thanks to Cosgrove Awards. They're a lot of fun, this mob. They do it for the entertainment value. Look at that pack as they stick together going through the system now. It was Stephen Muggeridge on pole with Paul Hutchinson. On that front row, Shannon Noble. Bryce Grove was on row number 2. Frank Gilbert and Conrad Knight with Aaron French and Tony Bennett. Roy Lawrenson and James Barnett. Now, that is how the grid was. Let's see what they do as they come around for the first time and get that lap number 1 underway. So, Stephen's got it. Stephen Muggeridge still holds the sway out there. Paul Hutchinson, 2. Shannon Noble in 3. Conrad Knight has moved up 2 spots to 4th. Bryce Grove drops down. Frank Gilbert drops down from 5 into 6. Aaron French lost a spot as well. So they're moving a little bit at the back of the field. Up front, though, Stephen Muggeridge is having none of this racing thing. He just wants to go out there and circulate by himself and leave the racing to the rest of them. Hutchinson comes through. Noble. Knight in 4th. So that's our little focus, isn't it? Positions number 2, 3, and 4, and they're just waiting for a mistake. One of these guys in this ClubSport 120s is going to make a mistake. And I suspect the barbecue banter for this particular category is quite intense. I'm sure the bravado is off the charts as they talk each other's up and talk their own game to a level never seen before. I think that's how the ClubSport 120, I think that's how they roll. It's still Muggeridge out front quite easily, really. He'll be laughing. Now, 3rd spot, I reckon, has got the pace. I reckon Conrad Knight, who has moved up from 6th into 3rd, has the pace. But he's got to get past 2nd position, which at this stage is Paul Hutchinson. But I think he can do it. So let's watch it, shall we? They come through now. Cart number 4 goes down the inside. It's Conrad Knight. Is he going to do it? Yes, he does. Can he hold it there, though? Will there be a switch around? He looks over. He looks over his right-hand shoulder. It was almost slow enough to shake hands. But that's the joy of the ClubSport 120s. Okay, so he's made it up from 6th into 2nd. You've got to wonder what he was doing in qualifying. If this is where he's going to start the races back there, he is for this afternoon's one as well. Conrad will also start in 6th spot because heat 1 and 2 for all of them is going to be the same. They don't change for this afternoon's race either. But at the moment, Muggeridge is out front. Nothing in that. I do think Conrad Knight might have made a small mistake because Hutchinson's caught back up again, but I don't think it's enough to pass. Let's just keep an eye on these two. You almost think that there might be a little tap-tap going on soon. He's really mixing up with the car. I think he's made a mistake. Conrad Knight did not circulate properly through the segment of chicanes. And he was really under pressure. But then there was a mistake in turn 1 by 17 by Paul Hutchinson. And what does that mean? It means that 26 Shannon Noble has the opportunity to grab a podium. Because from what I've seen so far last year, when they were at Rotorua, other karting events, these 120s, you make one little mistake and you will get pounced. Well, so it's the same with every category. There's something about this one. Maybe it's because we've got time to watch it. So they go through. They are on lap 7. We're halfway through these fun lads. Muggeridge is like, hey, it doesn't matter. My race, I've got this. But here we go, 2nd and 3rd, still having a good time. There's a lot of bragging rights going on here. You know what I was saying earlier about the barbecue banter? You can just imagine what's going to happen, can't you? If Hutchinson cannot get his position back, he started this race in 2nd. He's been pushed back into 3rd. If he can't get 2nd back, I want to be hanging out in the barbecue listening to these two go at each other because it'll be a lot of fun. The only problem is we're not allowed to join them at the barbecue till sometime in 2024 when we go into orange or green. For the meantime, maybe they'll live stream their banter. So, up front, Muggeridge still holding sway, and easily so. Like his gap is 1.1 seconds. Hutchinson in third spot has no answer. Conrad Knight has done a stellar job, but he can't catch Muggeridge, and there's not enough time. You might think there's plenty of time. There's not enough time. We are into lap number 9. I don't think they'll catch Muggeridge, but there is still the opportunity for Hutchinson to get Knight. Further back in the field, there's a little bit of fun happening. 4 positions, number 5 and 6, but it's daylight. Now, you know how I was talking about the opportunity here if there's a mistake? One was just made. Conrad Knight did make a mistake. He goes out wide on turn 1. Now there's the opportunity. Finally we get one. Hutchinson is right there. If he can stay on that tailpipe, if he can stay right on the number, there is a chance under brakes. Knight goes wide again, trying to keep the pace up on exit. What will he do under brakes? How smooth can he keep the kart? He's not doing well in section number 5. He's losing pace. Here's the opportunity. Will it be down on the inside? No. Hutchinson thinks about it, but he's certainly got a different line around turn number 1, and it's slower. Maybe he's got to rethink here his game, but he's only got a couple of laps to do it. There is nothing between them. 0.1 of a second. He's faster through the chicane, through grandstand. You'll see him coming in here now. Much quicker coming through here. Gains all the momentum back at the end of the front straight, but then can't do anything with it at turn number 1. He's lost pace this time. As I talk him up, he actually goes slower. So that's my fault. Muggeridge out front. Knight in second. We are on lap 12 of 15. Noble is still in 4, Gilbert in 5, Aaron French is 6, Tony Bennett is 7, Bryce Grove 8, Rory Lawrenson is 9, James Barnett is 10. But there has been a loss of position here, and it's not a race anymore because he's out. The kart's parked up, and so there will be no more race for second spot. It's just 1 and 2, all by their lonesome. Okay, we're on the last lap board now, people. Here we go. 51 and 4 are coming through. Shannon Noble moves up into third spot, given the dropout of Hutchinson, who was gone. He was doing so well. Conrad Knight still up there. He's actually quicker than Muggeridge, but he just needs another 5 laps at least to get on that tailpipe and try a pass. But he's not going to do it here. It is a good win from pole, green to checker. Stephen Muggeridge gets the win. Conrad Knight, driver of the day for him, getting from 6th position into 2nd. That's some good points. The only disappointing part is that he has to move all the way back to 6th for the next race. The next grid up, which will happen for these guys at around 4 o'clock this afternoon. I would say roughly 4:20. If you're following the ClubSport 120s, my guess would be around 4:20 this afternoon when they come back out. Okay, so next up, we've got another combination category. It is the Rotax Max Heavy, thanks to Bay of Plenty Kart Supplies, and the Vortex Rock DVS Seniors with Veloce Karting. This one should be fairly hectic, I would say. We'll come back with that shortly. Welcome back as we get ourselves set for the Rotax Max Heavies with Bay of Plenty Kart Supplies and DVS Seniors Velocity Karting. A combination grid here. Darren Walker will be up front. Romain Harker-Ferguson on that front row. Aaron Tahu in third. Aaron Cunningham 4. Brandon Dawson in 5. Sean O'Hara in 6. Hamish Tonkin, Scott Allwright will make up your 4th row. Mitchell Rawson and Zach DeVere. Brendan Hart, Craig Holmwood, Brett Hudson, Nick Ming, James Vandenberg, Caleb Natoa, Adam Williams, Jason Land, Scott Nicol, Glenn Collinson. You can see the 2 split groups. It's going to be difficult for the cameraman to pick and choose, but we'll see what he can do. I'm sure you're aware we're just a single camera event this weekend, keeping it basic and simple, and it's going to be difficult to follow them both, but here comes the next bunch now. And away they go. So that's the second mob. So splitting the 2 fields, even though we're running 2 at the same time. And we'll try and keep an eye on the action, which is not going to be easy with 2 different groups, but I will do my best. So coming through now was Darren Walker. He was leading. On pole, he's still got it. Aaron Tahu has moved up. Aaron Cunningham has moved up. Sean O'Hara has moved up. Romain Harker-Ferguson has dropped dramatically. So there's been a problem there. Could almost be out. Massive position loss. And in the other category, we'll try our best to keep up. James Vandenberg is still holding the lead in the DVS Seniors. Caleb Natoa is second. Ayrton Williams is third. Jason Land is 4th. Those are the DVS Seniors on your screen now. You can see them there. James Vandenberg. So that's your DVS Seniors going through. We'll just follow them for a little bit, but the gap is pretty big. It's hard to see. Coming through grandstand now down that front straight is the Rotax Max Heavies, led by Darren Walker. Aaron Cunningham has now moved into second with Aaron Tahu in third. So Cunningham doing a stellar job there. Really good positioning. Let's just go back to the DVS as they come through grandstand. They're fairly spread out at the moment, the DVS Seniors. Vandenberg, Natoa, Williams and Land. The racing, though, is starting to heat up between Tahu and Cunningham. Positions 2 and 3 in the Rotax Max Heavies. Leading the way is Darren Walker, untouched. But look at Tahu and Cunningham. The DVS Seniors, there's also a little battle starting to appear between second and third. I'll keep you updated on that one as well. 2 categories on the racetrack at the same time. We'll do our best to keep you up with that. James Vandenberg is still leading in the DVS with Ayrton Williams moving up into second. Caleb Natoa losing that spot down into third. Meanwhile, here in the Rotax Max Heavies, it is Cunningham and Tahu. Cunningham and Tahu in 2 and 3. We might need to stay with Cunningham and Tahu in 2 and 3. So again, 2 categories out on this field. 72 and 48. Tahu and Cunningham, second and third. Now they're really starting to battle. You can see them coming through 4 now. So Tahu and Cunningham, they're going to come into the grandstand now. Here they are, second and third in the Rotax Max Heavies. That's Walker going through in the lead. And there they are, second and third. These 2 are dicing at it. Tahu was leading. Walker's well out in front. No problem at all. And I'm just trying to cast my eyes all around the racetrack to see what is doing what for you. I know it's difficult to follow. Walker goes through in first and second. Cunningham is there, in second with Tahu in third. And that's who we're following at the moment. Second and third place is a great run in the DVS Tori and the Rotax Max Heavies. Even I'm getting confused trying to follow all of these different karts on the track at the same time. And to be fair, so is the cameraman, but that's okay. Look, we've got some karting going on. I can tell you what's happening. So, Walker still holding sway out front. Cunningham is in second, but he's 2 seconds behind. That's a big gap. Tahu is in third. Sean O'Hara is in fourth. Brandon Dawson is in 5. Scott Allright has moved up to 6. Romaine Harker-Ferguson, who started the race on the front row in second position, is now down in 7th. But the karts are really spread out all around the Giltrap Group Raceway now, and there is only one race at this stage. We are on lap 10. Walker has got through a tail marker, and those same tail markers are going to cause a problem for 72 and 48. So 72 and 48 is our focus for me anyway, and they're about to hit the grandstand area. They're coming through section number 5 now. They come down the start-finish straight, and here goes Tahu thinking about going down the inside. Is he going to get there? No, he's not, but there's a tail marker in the way. He gets out of it, and they just carry on circulating. Blue flag waves, no big deal. Plenty of them going through, and in fact, I am now completely lost as to who is the what, apart from those 3 karts, which they're spread, and they're starting to mix it up. Walker is leading away with this. We're into lap 12 now. Cunningham, there we go, and Tahu going through. Blue flag is waving, but I don't think it's going to cause any problems. There we go now. There is Tahu and Cunningham. So they'll go through the infield into turn number 3. Now I'm pretty sure. Yeah, more blue flags waving. That's just now the 2 different categories are starting to mix it up. But they come through grandstand now. This is for position 2 and 3. Cunningham is still leading Tahu. He can't get around him. He can't find a place. They're basically, there is nothing between these 2 drivers. These 2 drivers are staying in touch with each other. They head to turn number 2 and into 3. Was that a little mistake? It was from both drivers. Cunningham made a mistake and Tahu wasn't ready for it. Ended up mounting the curb. So he tried to go around him, but it didn't work out because he made his own mistake. Probably a little bit of shock and horror at what Cunningham did there. He did not expect it. Now they're coming down the front straight. Has Tahu got an opportunity? Can he make a move? He goes down the inside now. He is on the outside. Will there be a switch? We have 1 lap to go. 1 lap to go, and Tahu's got him. Tahu is now in front of Cunningham. Second position here as they go into turn number 4. It's taken him 14, 15 laps. It was a mistake from Cunningham. A mistake from Tahu, but then another one from Cunningham, and he's got him. He's going to come down. He's going to come through, and he's going to claim second place. Tahu and Cunningham, a good battle at the end there. What a finish for those 2 drivers. That was awesome in the Rotax Max Heavies. That was real kart racing. And look, the rest of the field, they're just scrolling through because there's so many of them. But it was Walker by 3.7 seconds. Over Tahu and Cunningham. It was impossible to follow who was doing what in that race. Sean O'Hara comes through 4. Roman Harkin-Ferguson in 5. Down in the DVS, Ayrton Williams did take the win over James. He didn't do it, did he, James Vandenberg? No, he ended up in 2nd, Caleb Nato 3rd, and Jason Land in 4th. That was your results in that twin category. Up next, International Kart Supplies Rotax Max Juniors. They're coming straight out. They're not mucking around. We're getting into it here. The 2022 Poland Spa Maintenance City of Sales 2-Day Challenge coming to you live from the Giltrap Group Raceway. So, International Kart Supplies, Rotax Max Juniors. Let me go through the grid while they do their formation and warm-up laps. Emerson Vincent will have pole beside Jay Irwin on that front row. Ashton Phipps in third place. Ollie Workman will be in 4. Third row is Oscar Jackson, Sebastian Manson. Fourth row will be Riley Boswell, Aston Thornton. In row number 5, Matthew Johnston, Arthur Browen. Positions 11 and 12 is Ethan Church and Dylan Jessup. Raymond Mellon is in 13, Daniel Pye in 14, Ethan Sayer 15, Cody Noble in 16, Levi McMillan and Landon Bell will be 17 and 18, your row 9. Your 10th row will be Enzo Haggard and Jaya Baker. And at the back of the field, Ali Hewlett and Jacob Lucas, bringing up positions 21 and 22. Assuming, of course, that everyone I just read out is actually there. I think they are. It looks like 22 out on the field, doesn't it? Can't see any reason why they wouldn't. They shouldn't have broken their cart yet. This is only their first race of the weekend. It's heat number 1 for the International Kart Supplies Rotax Max Juniors here at the Pool and Spa Maintenance City of Sales for 2022. The formation lap looks good to me, but I'm not the official with my finger on the button. The lights are still red. Let's make sure that they go out. It looks like a pretty good field. They're quite delayed at the back. I don't think they'll care about it. They won't. They'll go through. The lights are out. There's been a shunt already. And through Death Valley, Baxton manages to keep it on the grass. That was lucky. There was potential there for some major damage. The rest of the field makes their way through. They wind and they grind through. Emerson Vincent still out front. Was on front. Still out there. I'm not sure which kart it was that actually ended up getting a punt from the back and shunted onto the grass, and luckily did not enter back onto the circuit. So, as they scroll through for the first time out of 15, Vincent over Irwin, Workman in 3rd, Manson in 4, Ashton Phipps in 5, Arthur Brown in 6, Dylan Jessup 7, Aston Thornton 8, Riley Boswell's lost the position down to 9. Yeah. Not bad, Matthew Johnson in 10. Here they come. They're flying around, aren't they? They're doing them in 30 seconds, okay? 30-second laps here. They'll be 32, 33 for the first couple. They might get down to 31. Will they get to qualifying pace? Not sure. I mean, there's a lot of cloud cover. The temperatures are different from this morning. They smash the curbs going through. The field winds their way around. They're in turn number 4. Emerson Vincent still leading the pack, but is certainly under pressure from Jay Irwin, as expected, 1 and 2. That front group up there. We watch the rest of the field circulating in behind. Hopefully they can do something. Well, really, they've got to wait for a mistake, don't they? And will there be a mistake from Vincent and Irwin? Could well be. I mean, they're not here for tiddlywinks, are they? They want that position. So if Irwin wants it, he's going to have to be bold and make a very, very risky move, I think, to get past Vincent, who's going to shut the door at every opportunity. He does there. He takes it wide, takes it on the inside, on the curbs. Not a chance anywhere for Irwin to think about it there. No one's close enough for an inside run. They go around through that Death Valley hairpin. Single file as they should. Although it would be cool to see 2 wide going around there. It's just that it's probably going to lose you a couple of spots, but it would be nice. It would give us some entertainment. Vincent still holding sway out in front of this pack, which is tightened up into 4 of the karts. That being Sebastian Manson now in 3rd, up from 6th position, so that's a good run. Ashton Phipps is in 4th. He started in 3rd, so lost a little bit. Ollie Workman was in 4th, down to 5th. Dylan Jessup has gone up. Now here's a nice one. Dylan Jessup has gone up from 12th to 7th. So that's a good positional change. 12 into 7 makes good numbers. I'm sure the crew of 1 will be very pleased with that. But our group up front, it's a tight 4. They're packed in nice and solid. And at the moment, there's no way around. They are waiting for an opportunity here, but it's going to be a mistake only. That's the only chance, and there was a small one. There was a tiny little mistake from Sebastian Manson in 3rd place. The gap was closed from 4th to 3rd. There is a yellow flag waving down there because there is a kart off track on the outside of turn number 4. They won't be able to move it. So I think it's more of an awareness flag than anything. The bunch, the front bunch, they're going through now, and there's going to be a move from Irwin. Irwin goes down the inside. He snakes under braking. He makes it stick. He gets it done. Vincent's not happy. Look at him pressuring. He goes down the outside now. He's going to try a switch. Irwin knows it's coming. He closes the door. Absolutely no chance. What a drive from Irwin. Gets through on Vincent. Vincent will have the angry pants on. Guarantee you. He's not going to do anything. He is down the inside under brakes. Come on, talk it up. Here we go. Vincent and Irwin bringing the racing here this weekend. And now the rest of the field are getting in amongst it. Because while those two are jostling for position, it slowed them down. The other ones have caught up. Now, position number 3, Sebastian Manson, Ashton Phipps, Ollie Workman, 3, 4, and 5. Great racing up front. But Vincent and Irwin, that's the racing we expected. And now Irwin has to start again. And already half of this race is over. He's only got 7 laps to do it. Where is he going to make his move? He's got to think about this. Vincent won't make that mistake again. Not a chance. Vincent comes through. He still leads the way. The rest of the field is well and truly spread out. So there's going to be no positional changes aside from, again, I keep saying it, but it'll be a mistake that causes that because these drivers, they're doing very well. They're all so equal in speed. Up front, though, okay. Let's take a little breather here. We're in lap 10. We've got Vincent out front. Irwin put everything into that pass. Then he lost it again. It closed the gap between himself and third place Ashton Phipps, who actually has got ahead of Sebastian Manson. Now, I'm just trying to double check here on the cards, but I think he did. Let's check out the number here. 42 has come through. Yes, he did. Phipps got ahead of Manson, so Manson made a mistake to drop back. I missed it. But let me tell you, that's where we're at. So 1, 2, and 3, and look at him go. And Irwin knows it. Irwin had to look over his shoulder. He knows that Phipps is there. So now we've got a race for second and third. That's good news for Vincent up front. Irwin now has to drive defensively. He's got 2 jobs to do. He's under attack, and he wants to get Vincent back. But he can't. I saw him glance again. He's doing it again. He keeps looking over his shoulder. Here comes Phipps down the inside. He is there. He squeezes. And another position is lost by Irwin. And he's having to look over his shoulder again because here comes Sebastian Manson. Now we are racing proper. Vincent was loving that because the gap expanded. But look at the speed of Phipps. Started this race in third. Has now moved himself into the chance of the lead. We are on lap 13 of 15 and he is right there. He is fast. He is setting the lap speed at the moment. He is the fastest lap time. Ashton Phipps in second position. Ashton Phipps trying to take it away from Emerson Vincent. Vincent will now have to start looking over his shoulder. But he doesn't. I'm going to watch. He does. He looks. He knows. He can see him there. Here comes Phipps again. It's the last lap. He's down the inside. He goes wide on turn number 1 and they will drag race all the way into turn number 2. Who is going to hold it? Yes, he does. What a pass. Fantastically done. And now Vincent is in trouble. Vincent's in trouble. He loses another position. So on this last lap, the final lap, the ripper lap here in the Rotax Max Juniors International Kart Supplies. The checkered flag will fly, and that is a stunning race win. An absolute ripper of a race win for Ashton Phipps. Jay Irwin grabs second spot, and boy, Vincent's going to have to check and go back to the garage, into his trailer, and go, what on earth did I do wrong there? I had this race from the green till the white. The last lap board came out and loses 2 spots. Oh dear. But what a race that was. Sensational race from Ashton Phipps. Deserved that win. Hunted down Irwin. Hunted down Vincent. and got it. Deservedly so. Took the checkered flag. We'll be right back with more. Coming up next, we've only got 2 more in this morning, or won't say morning, first session of heats for the 2022 City of Sales. Coming up next, it's Cadet Rock, brought to you by Strata Networks. Won't be long. Well, they're not really giving me much time for a break here, are they? I know it's a little disappointing. I don't know if I can work under these conditions, people. But let's do it anyway. Strata Networks, Cadet Rock. Here on day 1, the Spall and Power Maintenance City of Sales 2022 2-day challenge. Coming to you live from the Giltrap Group Raceway in Avondale. Thanks to Tyres for this live stream. I'm sure you're aware if you've been following along for the day so far. We're just a single camera operation, but we're trying our best to stick with the action and give you what we can, knowing that you can't be here with us, given that the red guidelines do not allow the spectators. Sorry to say, but let me tell you, I'm sure you're having a lovely time there, sitting under your air conditioning, watching these karts go and do their thing. This is, as I said, the Strata Networks Cadet Rock. They've done their formation lap on those few front rows. Atto Bailey, Tommy Hart will lead the pack. Braxton Kryvanger and Zach Hemphill will be on the second row with Matty Heafy, Senna Wilkinson, Charles Taylor and Ivor Spence. Bringing up your first 4 rows. They are still going to do a formation. They're not happy. One more formation. Where do they get to? Row number 5, position 9, Jaden Buttermore, and 10 is Scott Rennie Edwards. 11 is Blake Kendall. 12, Indy Irwin. 13, Charlie Clark. Harrison Cunningham is in 14. Jack Hawade in 15, and Daniel Lucas. Position 16, and in the final row, Riley Tombleson in 17, and Jay Hewlett in 18. So it'll be Atto Bailey and Tommy Hart leading the pack away. Zach Hemphill in position number 4. And Braxton Kryvanger on that second row. Now, will Braxton try and sneak down the inside? That's what we're going to watch. The marshals have told them to slow right down up front. Get that formation going. This is Cadet Rock Strata Networks. Round they come. The pole sitter is under control. The lights are still red. We are waiting to make sure the marshals are happy. They are. The lights go out, and who's going to move down? One is trying down the inside. I think it's Matty Heafy trying to squeeze and barge his way through. Might have actually done so into turn number 1. And that's a pretty good jostle there from the Cadet Rock. More of the junior racing categories with ClubSport. And already those front 4 are starting to pull away from the rest of the field. I mean, where did that come from? I think it's come from the gaggle and hustle and bustle as they went through turn number 1. So let's double check who is going to come through and take the lead with these youngsters. It's Addo Bailey, I'm pretty sure. No, Addo Bailey dropped down. I'm just looking at the numbers. That's right, Tommy got through. So Tommy Hart, who started in second, is now leading. Addo Bailey has dropped down to third. Senna Wilkinson has actually gone from 6th into 2nd. Now that's a heck of a drive on only the 2nd lap of the race, but we do have a wild manoeuvre and nearly takes out other drivers. Now who was that? Trying to reset, it was 95. It was Addo Bailey, yeah, just trying to make up some position after losing the pole, losing the race lead, and is a fair way down now. Like, we're talking a fair way down. Losing 5 positions into 6th spot for Addo Bailey. Will not be happy. But that's the learning curve, isn't it? The learning curve of junior classes. You've got to learn your racecraft, but not only that, you've got to learn to take the punches. When things don't go your way, you've got to go back to your garage, to your trailer, and reset. And he is. He's making a passing move now on the inside. So good stuff by Addo Bailey. Taking a deep breath. Getting back into race mode. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So, time to gain another few spots. Plenty of time to do it. We're only on lap 3 of 15. Junior drivers, but the leader is just singing away with this at the moment. Tommy Hart out in front. Talk about a clean pair of heels. I don't think anyone else is even in the race. 93 and 85 are going at it now. Zach Hemphill. Senna Wilkinson. They try to take each other through turn number 1. There could be another opportunity for a pass here because it was a very slow exit from Hemphill. Has the inside, got the racing line, no problem at all. They go through 3 into 4, just a little glance over the shoulder, checking where the opposition is. Does it again. Does Wilkinson. Hang on, there's the opportunity under brakes, doesn't quite. Sort of backs off, decides not to do it. So Wilkinson is in 3rd place, Hemphill in 2nd. Tommy Hart well and truly out in front because doesn't have to race. No racing going on up front, just circulating. Further back in the field, down in the bunch, you'll see a bit of a good race going on here. Now this is for 10, 11, 12 and 13, which is, okay, it's not going to take the big trophies, but look at the race they're having. They're having fun down there. They're learning their racecraft. Up front, though, even though the gaps are big, the intensity is still there. Tommy Hart leading the pack. Zach Hemphill in 2nd. Senna Wilkinson in 3rd. Addo Bailey is now up into 4. There we go. Game on. And then a big gap to this bunch here, who are circulating through the infield right now. And as I said, this is sort of for the positions around 7 and higher. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. But they're not holding back on each other. They're giving it. I'll keep you updated on that one. Back to the front just to make sure there's no mistakes happening up there. And there is a gap close. We now have a race between 3rd and 4th position. So 3rd and 4th are going to give it to each other. Here we go. Now that's Addo Bailey. Addo Bailey trying to get his position back. Started this race on pole. Dramatically dropped down into 6th position on the 2nd lap. Now trying to gain some spots back. His qualifying time was a 35.3, but everyone around him was pretty close. However, he is faster than some of these others. There's still a race going on, though. Here we go. Tommy Hart up front. Zach Hemphill in second. Addo Bailey has got into third. He's done it. Can he hold it here as they go through turn number 3? Yep, beautiful racing line. Shut the door. Here we go into 4. The right-hander, no problem, will keep the momentum going. Exit speed is up and launches away, and the gap is already created. So, from first to 6th to 3rd, he's back on the podium. Now Bailey has got to do everything possible to catch up. Let him do it. The rest of the field are having a good race. And there's a huge bunch coming through grandstand. Look at this mob here. They go at each other. They hit each other. They smack each other. Oh, and he's not happy. The arm gets waved. Oh, there's a fisty going on there. Well, that'll be interesting later on. Unfortunately, due to red, they can't exactly go attack each other in the pits. So that won't be happening. Oh, but there's some anger, I tell you. Up front, though, in the race, it is still Tommy Hart well and truly ahead of Zach Hemphill. Addo Bailey is in 3rd. Senna Wilkinson in 4. Matty Heafy in 5. Charles Taylor in 6. That's up 1 spot from starting. Braxton Crowvanger, not good. From 3rd down to 7th. Another learning curve going on there. We'll try and gain some spots back, but there's some decent racing happening further back in the field. This bunch, they're having a good time back there. They don't care about the glamour right now. They're just interested in racing. And racing they are. That's Harrison. Cunningham. Kart 72 back there. More going on. Let's try and see who is doing what. So, up the front though, it is still Tommy Hart. I can tell you that. Leading over Zach Hemphill, but it's 1.7 seconds. Okay, so there's a massive gap here on lap 11. Massive. I'm pretty sure that's them coming through grandstand now. Yes, it is. That is your leader, Tommy Hart. 1.7 seconds back to Zach Hemphill. Addo Bailey in 3rd. 2.9 back. Senna Wilkinson is 4.5 seconds back. So these front 3 have created a massive gap. Addo Bailey's done a great recovery. Really good recovery to get all that way. But with only 3 laps remaining, I just don't think there's enough time to catch up. They come through the field. Generally, though, even those bunches of karts that were fighting amongst each other, pretty much spread out now. There's karts all over the track. No one's really within a passing position of anyone else here in the Strata Networks Cadet Rock. So now these drivers are all doing what they're meant to be doing, and that's cementing their position. No mistakes, circulate, and do a solid, regular job. That's all the team will be wanting them to do. I mean, record lap times are nice, yes, if they get 1 or 2 of those happening, that'd be good, but at this stage, it's about routine. So, goes through now, does Tommy Hart, kart number 69. Following him behind is Zach Hemphill. Addo Bailey, Senna Wilkinson, no change. Matty Heafy, Charles Taylor, Braxton Crowvanger will be disappointed that lost all those positions, because really qualified quite well. And I think Braxton was one of the Invercargill drivers. So it's a long haul going from Invercargill all the way up here to Auckland. It'll be equally long haul going all the way back down on Monday. So they wind their way through. There's still, no, there we go. There's some passing going on. 87 and 14 having a bit of a blast as the checkered flag falls. That was for position 6 and 7. But the race is done, and it was done pretty easily at the end of the day. Tommy Hart going through, starting on the front row and getting that pole position. Zach Hemphill in 2nd with Addo Bailey in 3rd. At least he managed to get some spots back. Senna Wilkinson, Matty Heafy, Charles Taylor in 6, Braxton Crowvanger in 7, Jaden Buttermore 8, Ivor Spence in 9, losing a position. Daniel Lucas made up a few good spots, started in 16, ended up 10th. So gaining 6 spots from the back of the field is a good job, a job done. We have 1 more heat left in the first session, in the first run. It is the Rotax Max Lights, brought to you by Urban Performance. This is going to be off the charts. Drink of water, back with the racing. So here we go. Urban Performance, Rotax Max Lights. And why? Why, I tell you, will this be insane? Why will this race be off the charts? Because the qualifying times are completely ridiculous. You see, Zach Stitchbury on pole with Ryan Crombie in beside, they did 29.8, both of them, okay? 29.8. Then from Hero Sheridan in third position, back to, and I'll just scroll down until I pick a number, okay, down to 15th position. 15th position, Blake Austin. So from 3rd to 15th in qualifying, 0.2 of a second. 12 karts, 0.2 of a second. There is going to be nothing in this race. The whole shot here is going to be everything. You've got to get the position here. Those qualifying times are insane. They are equal. I'm happy with formation. I'm waiting to see if the officials are. It looks pretty good to me. The nerves, the butterflies, they'll be flying. Heat number 1 now. Here we go. Into turn number 1. Any chaos, a little bargy in the middle, but they managed to fight their way through. Up front, though, it's clean. Could there be a positional change? Let's have a look. They're still fighting in the mid-pack. This is going to be hard to follow. Further down in the back of the field, they're driving on top of each other. They weave their way through, but they're still safe. No, they've come together on turn 4. Don't worry, it's the back of the field at this stage. It's not going to affect the front of the race. Up front, Zach Stitchbury holds sway. Up front, Ryan Crombie into second. Jackson Rooney has gone from 5th into 3rd. Josh Richmond holds in 4th. Hero Sheridan has gone from 3rd to 5. George Sampson still 6. Emily Robb is in 7. Rihanna O'Meara Hunt dropped from 8 to 10. So they've cleared the karts away down on turn number 4, and now the battle pack comes through down the start finish straight. And they are going for it up front. Those front 2 drivers are well and truly pulling out a decent gap at the moment. I'm surprised, though. I'm surprised that because of the pace of the battle that they're having, the intensity of this battle down the inside, he gets it done. Under brakes, the last of the late breakers. And Ryan Crombie goes through, but will Stitchbury have a crack at him? He thinks about it down the outside. He's not close enough. He has to follow, and he sticks there. So Stitchbury now decides what to do. What's the game plan? We are only in lap 3. He was leading. Now he's got to follow and learn exactly how Crombie takes the track. Crombie works Stitchbury out in 2 laps. How long is it going to take for Stitchbury to work out Crombie? Let's see, shall we? Up front, can he do it? There is going to be some passes further down in 5, 6, and 7 down the inside, as you'd expect on the hairpin. But at the moment, it's pressure time up front. What can Stitchbury do? Stitchbury started the race in pole. Crombie was on the front row with him in second place, but those swapped. Lap 3 it happened. We're now on lap 4, about to hit lap 5 of 15. And Crombie's pulling away. But he's got to manage these tyres. You've got to manage it. 15 laps in these temperatures. If Crombie pushes too hard too soon, Stitchbury could come back. In third place is Josh Richmond. Jackson Rooney is in 4. George Sampson in 5. Campbell Joys has moved from 14th to 6th. I say it again, Campbell Joys has moved from 14th place into 6th. What a stunning drive from Joys. And he could even catch more because he is closing in on the rest of the field. I know we can't see everything with a single camera shot. I'll try and talk you through what else is happening as we follow these leaders right now, because we just want to focus with them on whether Crombie is going to hold sway. Can he maintain his tyres? I think that's what the game is going to be now. Will he overdo it? We'll keep an eye on the gap. It was 0.3 of a second as they cross the start-finish line on that lap. 0.3. We'll monitor that as they go through. The rest of the field is now single file, and they're starting to spread out. Starting to spread out quite a lot. Crombie and Stitchbury. Here we go. So it was 0.3 at the last lap. Looks like it'll be very similar this time through. Yes, it is. But Stitchbury is faster. He did go slightly quicker. Not a lot, but enough. Is he there? Can he get the race lead back that he held on to at the beginning? Further back in the field, I'll just monitor it for you, give you any updates. I can't. There's nothing. All the positions are staying the same. We have lost a kart on turn number 5, but it's out of the way, and that won't cause any problems at all. I don't know which kart it is. Sorry about that, but at the moment I'm just going to watch positions 1 and 2 while sort of trying to keep an eye on 4 and 5. The reason being so is Jackson Rooney and George Sampson are close enough to possibly have a positional change across the next 4 laps. Up front though, Crombie over Stitchbury. Rooney in 3rd. No chance of catching these two unless they come together. 4th and 5th starting to split up again. So probably not an opportunity for a pass there anymore. So again, it goes back to Crombie and Stitchbury up front. Does he have the tyres? Has he managed this properly? At the moment, he's doing a great job because he's holding that gap. In fact, it increased. The gap did, and we visually can see that. So Crombie is doing everything right, braking at the right time, turning exactly the right amount, and then giving it exactly the right amount of throttle to get the massive exit out of these turns that he needs to do to stay in front of Zach Stitchbury. Zach Stitchbury goes through turn 4, and I think the gap is starting to widen. If I look at my board, it's up to 0.46 now. Okay, not a lot in it, let's be honest here. 0.4, it's 0.5. Lost a little bit of time. Will he be able to gain that back in 3 laps? Well, it's going to be difficult. I think Crombie's done a very nice job here of circulating in the 29s. In fact, he just did the fastest lap, 29.8. So those two drivers have both done 29s. Everyone else is in the 30s. So nobody else is in the running at this stage. The field is spread out completely. There's basically no more passing going on anywhere in the field. But I can tell you that Crombie has still got a decent enough lead of 0.4 over Stitchbury. We have seen twice now last lap passes. We've seen it. It can happen. We're on lap 13. I'm pretty sure the last lap board will come out if my timing's the same as the Marshals. The officials, they make the decision. Here it comes. That was 14, so we're on the last lap. We're on lap 15 here. Okay then. As they come through, the race leader is going to be Crombie. I don't think Stitchbury's got anything left. He tries a brave move by keeping the speed up going into turn number 2 and 3. Yes, he gained a little bit, but it's way too little, too late. Crombie's going to come through. No other karts are close enough to make positional changes at this stage, so there's no big updates for you. We're just going to follow these leaders as they come through for the checkered flag in heat number 1. They do so with Crombie taking it over Stitchbury. Josh Richmond was in 3rd. Jackson Rooney in 4. George Sampson in 5. Rihanna O'Meara Hunt got back into 6th position. Nice, actually gained 2 spots. So lost positions, gained them back. So that's an impressive finish to the race. Campbell Joys ended up finishing in 7th after starting 14th. So for me, I know you have to include the race winners, but to go from 14 to 7 in this category, that takes some serious driving. Well done to them. That is the end of heat number 1. I don't think we're going to have a break at all as we start into heat number 2, which will be the Vortex Mini Rocks once again. Thanks to NZ Motorsport, all 30 of them will be coming out. Their grid position is the same as heat number 1. Welcome back to the NZ Motorsport Vortex Mini Rock. R-O-K. The grid formation is exactly the same as it was in heat number 1. This is the first of our heat number 2 for the afternoon, which means 9 sessions to go through, 9 lots of 15 laps. Marco Manson will once again be on pole. Carson Daly will join him on the front row. But of course, Carson knows that he's got to do better than he did in the last race, ending up finishing 5th in heat number 1. Miles Baker will start from position number 3. That's where he finished the previous race. William Edmondson was in 4th and finished in 4th. Grayson Stowe was the good mover from 5 into 2. See, that was the switch. So Carson Daly started 2nd, finished 5th. Grayson Stowe started 5th, finished 2nd. Good for one, not good for the other. Let's see what happens this time, shall we? So keep an eye on those numbers. Card number 6, if my data's right, if it matches what's on the actual card, it should do. 3rd row inside. Grayson Stowe, Carson Daly on the outside. Here we go. There's a few drivers thinking about the inside run down into turn 1. Are they going to hustle and bustle and knock each other around a little bit? They make it through. Yes, they do. There was some argy-bargy. We've only got one out by the looks of it. No, just some, looks like debris. But apart from that, we're racing, people. So that's a great start. Let's have a look, shall we? Marco Manson, and look at this. Look at this. Now they are nose to tail in turn number 1. This is going to be courage time. They come out of there pretty cleanly, but that's a fantastic run by 39. Cooper Inslee. Cooper Inslee is having a stellar race so far. I think Cooper Inslee might have moved himself into 2nd position. I'll have to wait until it comes within eye shot. But I'm pretty sure that he's moved from 6th to 2nd. Let me just check this. Am I right here? 39. Yes, what a stunning start. On the 2nd lap to go from 6th position into 2nd. And now has to hold it though. Marco Manson is just walking away with this, while the 4 karts in behind deciding who's going to take 2, 3, and 4. Well, I can tell you now, boys and girls, you've got 10 laps to make that decision. You don't have to do it straight away. Marco Manson is, though. But here we go. Look at Cooper Inslee in 2nd spot. Right on the back of that is 36, William Edmondson. William Edmondson trying to take a duck and a dive, but it was well covered by Inslee, so it's still going to hold there at 2nd and 3rd. 4th place is 88 Miles Baker, just dropped down a little bit in positions. Carson Daly having the same problems that had in the opening heat. Goes from 2nd back down into 5th already. Won't be happy, needs some analysis there in that 5th spot. So there's a nice bunch. A bunch of 4 karts. There's also a bunch in behind of 4 karts. I'll let you know if anything's going to change, which it is, because it looks like 54 is going to make a sneaky move down the inside, but then we'll have to hold the outside as they go through. You can see what's happening up front, but I'll talk you through it. In turn number 2, there's 3 karts going side by side, and they go through 3 now, and then they're going into 4, and they've gone down into single file. Yes, they've realized that the folly of trying to stay side by side on every turn is not ideal. Here comes the leading pack through. Marco Manson out front. And look at this bunch. 2, 3, 4, and 5. Making a decision on who's going to try and sneak down the inside. And Inslee is still holding on, but he might lose it now. He's on the outside run. 36, William Edmondson sneaks down the inside. Will there be a switch? They stay out of each other's way. And through he goes. So Edmondson moves up into 2nd spot. Inslee loses it and now could also be pounced by those in behind. So a change between 2 and 3. 88 Miles Baker wants to get in amongst it. Started 3rd. Currently in 4th. William Edmondson started in 4th, currently in 2nd. Will he have the speed to catch up to Marco Manson? Not if Manson keeps that pace up. Certainly not. Not the fastest time, Marco Manson, but it's enough time to stay out in front. Edmondson now holding this bunch of 4 up as they come through. They lean down behind the wheel to try and gain any kind of slipstream that they can. They might not gain much, but at least they won't lose anything. That's the problem here. And here comes Inslee back down. Edmondson made a little mistake, held the brakes too wide, too late, lost his position into turn number 4. And Inslee is back in there in 2nd spot. Lost it, gained it back again. Driving exceptionally well this afternoon is Cooper Inslee. And here comes Edmondson once again and could lose 2 spots here. Inslee on the outside of turn number 1. What's going to happen? He goes from 2nd. He's barged, he's pushed, he hits the curb. He could lose another one because he just got off the racing line. So, goes from 6th into 2nd, back now into 4th place. What a race for Inslee. There's a little bit of drama down on Death Valley. One of the carts has gone up on the hill, but he's back on the tarmac, so not a problem. So, let us refocus, shall we, and take a little deep breath, because what's happening? Miles Baker has decided he wants to get in amongst this. He goes down the inside, and now Miles Baker, who started the race in 3rd, is moved up into 2nd. With William Edmondson now thinking, hang on a second, that was my spot. What are you doing? Inslee, punching well above, has moved from 6th to 2nd, back to 4th, now wants to get amongst it again. And I think has the goods. Really does. Just lost. Just a small, tiny mistake was very, very costly. And now Inslee could lose another one. He's just losing the momentum through 5. That's where it is. Pushed out wide, into the curb, over the curb, into the barrier, stayed on the track. I don't know how, but stayed on the tarmac. Brilliant recovery, but unfortunately lost a massive amount of position, and that'll be costly for the race. So, Inslee giving us all the highs and lows of motorsport in that session. We are in lap number 10. There's probably not much time left. But, gee, should get a pat on the back for all the effort to go from 6th to 2nd. Okay, losing the spots now. But, gee, that was a great run so far. So, what is happening in positions? Okay. Marco Manson is still leading the race. Miles Baker is 2 seconds back in 2nd. William Edmondson is in 3rd. Carson Daly's moved back up, but into 4th. Cooper Inslee down to 5. Grayson Stode lost the spot, down into 6th. Jacob Pye is in 7. Lachlan Tombleson has moved up from 15th to 8th. How about that? Lachlan Tombleson. Pretty good. Henry Fisher has moved up from 13 into 9. Lucas Thien moved from 12 to 10. And there is a couple of other movements here. I'm just trying to double check. Yeah, that one's not so good. Aryan Lala moved from 8th down into 11th. So while, of course, some gain, others will lose out. Leader, though, is Marco Manson over Miles Baker. Marco Manson has almost caught up to the first of the tails, which shouldn't cause a problem now because we're in lap 13, 14. The last lap board will come out. Last lap board will pop up soon for Marco Manson, and here it comes. Pretty sure it will. Yes, it does. So the officials have launched the last lap board, and at this stage, a 1.8 gap between 1st and 2nd. I can't see any changes happening there. Marco Manson might not catch the tail marker and probably shouldn't concentrate too much on trying to, because that's when you can cause yourself problems. In fact, the tail marker just pulled out and said, nah, not interested. Have that spot. So at this stage, aside from any extreme mechanical breakdown, it will be, there we go. Marco Manson will come through and he'll take that checkered flag in a pretty clean and solid win, 1st place. So that is 2. 2 from 2, Marco Manson. Second place, Miles Baker, William Edmondson in third, Carson Daly in 4, Cooper Inslee, what a shame. Well, I say what a shame, still finishes in 5th from 6, it gained a spot, but just when you see someone go from 6th place to 2nd place, and you really start to cheer it on, but then as they lose their spots back again, it's like, oh, that's sad. But okay, more learning curves were done this afternoon, so that's it for the NZ Motorsport Vortex Mini Rocks. They've had their session. Coming up next, Glen Eden Auto Electrical, DD2s to give us the entertainment. Gleneden Auto Electrical Rotax DD2 time. Now, if you remember back to Heat 1, there was a disaster. A disaster there was, because the front two, yes, our front row, positions 1 and 2, they crashed out. Gone. So they had a shocker. They ended up finishing like a DNF, basically. They're gone skis. So Walker, Waddell, and Dennis. But they're on the front row again, because that's how the system works, and we wait for the lights to go out. They are in formation. I'm sure the marshals will be happy with that. They are. And here we go again. Walker, Waddell, McBride, Rawson, Tahu, Nowaki. That was your front 3 rows, and they are in on it already. They are going nutso, and that's a pass down the inside in turn number 2. Covered in turn number 3. And be wondering what on earth went wrong as they go through turn number 4. They ask themselves a question. How did I lose that spot? Well, it's motorsport, man. It's just what happened. So, Sam Waddell has gone through into front of this race as they scream their way around. And Darren Walker will be doing everything possible to get that position back, but it's going to take some work. He's got plenty of time to do it, though, hasn't he? It's not a major problem here. They come through. Oh, they actually start to open up a little bit, but Tahu has done a great job. Tahu has gone from 5th position into 3rd, so that's handy, which puts him in the opportunity to do a pounce if need be. Craig Cook has also moved up. Craig Cook was in 8th spot and is now in 4th. Now in this category, that's a massive jump. Moved up 4 positions inside 2 laps. That's just some great driving there. Awareness driving. So your numbers are Waddell, Walker, Tahu, Cook, Rawson, Taylor, Nowaki, Ericsson, Jensen. That's your runners. At this stage, aside from the great job from Cook, there's been no major changes, but up front, that was nearly another one. So, that was a slight mistake coming out of turn 4. Here we go. Walker thinks about it down the inside. Surely he's got the run now. Does he make it stick as they go hard on the curb? He couldn't do it. He'll try again. He will. Waddell made a small mistake, just the tiniest of mistakes, coming through grandstand. And let's see if it happens this time. Goodness me, Walker is fast going out of there. Into turn 5, and he's got the pace. Can he do it down the inside? Now he's there. He's got the nose on the rear tyre. Is there enough in it? Yes, he does. Who does what under braking? They hit the curbs. They come flying out. Could there be a switchover? Walker in the middle of the track. He's not going to open the door at all. That is a slam-in-your-face drive right there. Walker goes down the inside and then covers beautifully by half a kart width. No opportunity for Waddell to get past the gain. And look at the gap he's created already, because he is quick out of turn 4. Let's just see again. Watch him. So Walker out front gains the lead back. But watch him as he goes through 2. No drama here. 3 okay. But this one here, turn number 4. Turn number 4 he absolutely nails. And look at the gap. Massive gap. He is doing something special out of that one turn, and it has gained him the lead back and also the gap, which is now 0.3 of a second. It's actually interesting to watch. It'd be neat to have an onboard to see what he's doing. He goes 2 again. Let's watch it. No big gap change here. Turn 3, nothing startling. But into 4, down at the clubhouse. He dips down, and boom, he's out of there, gone. He's gained another 2 kart lengths. I don't know what he's doing out of there, but he has got that turn absolutely nailed. And I think Sam Waddell knows it. But here comes an opportunity for 4 and 5. Yes, there is a pass. So Tahu still holding on. But 43 gets through. Louise Rawson has made a spot back into 4th. Over the curbs, bad mistake. Manages to hold it, but loses all the advantage. Walker Waddell. Matthew McBride has had a shocker. I don't even know where he is at the moment. Can't even see him in my notes or out on the track. I'm trying to work out what's going on here. Might have missed something. Okay, let's not worry about that for now. Let's get back into focusing on what is happening here in the Gleneden Auto Electrical Rotax DD2s. Turn 5. Nicely done. Look at the gap he's created. He's just starting to wind away with us as Darren Walker. I need to find out what has happened to Matthew McBride, who won the last race. He won Heat 1. He won Heat 1. Now he not here Heat 2. Where he be, McBride? Where he be? Well, I've missed that. That's my bad, but at the moment, you can see here. But is Tahu actually starting to close in on second spot? I am wondering. That's the field further down. They're having some good racing. 13's getting amongst it. Hayes Taylor doing everything he can to try and gain some positions back. So, as they come through the start-finish line again, let's update with what's going on. Darren Walker holds sway over this pack with Sam Waddell in second. Aaron Tahu has gone from 5th into 3rd, but is 1.2 seconds back. Is that, yeah, the gap's probably too big at this stage to do anything, given we are in lap number 12. Luis Rawson started 4th, sitting in 4th. Craig Cook started 8th, now sitting in 5. Ryan Nowacki started 6th, still holding 6. Hayes Taylor 7 and 7, no change there. Chris Jensen. So McBride, we just found out, is in trouble. Disqualified. Got a problem with the kart. So that's what's happened to McBride, which is very, very unfortunate. So it could have been a tech problem there. Anyway, that's for the officials to worry about, not us here. We're enjoying the racing on track right now, and I can tell you what is going on, and that is Darren Walker is still holding on, and he has done the fastest lap of the time of this race. He did 28.9. He punched out a 28.9. I mean, talk about dialing it in for the conditions. The sun is beating down. There are clouds in the sky, but at the moment the sun is shining. Kart number 14, Darren Walker, leading this pack. Started on pole, got the checkered flag, lost the lead for the early on in the race. Waddell got him, but then, wow, the kart came on. And once those tyres kicked in, especially on turn number 4, I harped on about it during the race, but really, it was quite stunning. Aaron Tahu held on to 3rd spot, Louise Rawson in 4. Craig Cook in 5 with Ryan Nowacki in 6. That's how they fell in the Gleneden Auto Electrical Rotax DD2s. Hey, coming up next is Supreme Kart Supply's DVS Juniors. You in for that? I am. We'll be back with it. So, me on. It's me on. Hey, it's me. I'm back. Yes. Hey, here we go. Racing. Right, I'm here. Okay. Calm down. Deep breaths, people. Deep breaths. Welcome to the live stream of the Pool and Spa Maintenance City of Sales for 2022, our 2-day challenge here. The Giltrap Group Raceway. Your live coverage brought to you by Tyres at the ClubSport Auckland 2-day event. What an extravaganza. We are now getting underway for Supreme Kart Supply's DVS Junior. I'm pretty sure that's what we're up to. Is that what we're up to? Yeah, it is. Look at them go. And away they go. So now we get to see who does what. Now, who didn't have a good race last time? I can tell you who didn't. Isaac Fletcher, who started as he did in pole position. We've had another coming together, and that driver is not happy. Look at that. Just what on earth went on there? You gotta be kidding me. And I'm not sure who it is, actually. Vin Shelp, I think. Well, that's a shame. Yeah, just pick it up and toss that cart aside. Get it out of the way. Yeah, as you do. What a shame. Right, anyway, let's carry on, shall we? So, we are into lap number 1 here, heat 2. And the Supreme Kart Supplies. Vortex Rock DVS Juniors. It's quite a mouthful, isn't it? But look at the racing and look at the karts going off all over the place. They're spitting them out. They're just like spewing out to the left and right and destroying their own races here. There is some racing still going on, but there's too many karts falling off the track at the moment. I can tell you Jay Irwin, according to me, is leading this race. And let me see as they come through. Yes, he is. And then it is Tom Bewley. Tom Bewley in second. That's nice. Jamie Thompson is in third. Sebastian Manson, seriously. Sebastian Manson has moved up from 10th into 4th. And we're only in lap 3, from 10th to 4th. I mean, you're not meant to do that. That's not the rules. 10th to 4th. Well, keep going. Come on, Sebastian. Get a move on, lad. Let's go. Catch those 3 up front and let's see if you can bust some real moves for us here. This afternoon, the Supreme Kart Supplies, DVS Juniors. At the moment, it's Jay Irwin, Tom Bewley, Jamie Thompson, but that's Sebastian Manson. You're only 2.5 seconds behind, and there is time because we're only into lap 4, lap 5. We can do this. Hope everyone's going for you, mate. You will see that group soon. Now, Irwin is in trouble. Irwin is getting chased down by Bewley down on the inside of turn number 1 in Death Valley. He gets it done through the hairpin. I can't imagine a switch here. He will just keep the racing line. And there is no answer from Irwin. There's a little tap, but there's nothing else that can be done. In fact, Irwin does the right thing and doesn't get too brutal with it. So, it was a fantastic pass down the inside from a great move through turn 5, the chicanes. I'm not counting every turn. This weekend, just calling that whole complex there of right, left, and right. I'm going to call that 5. They're going through 2 now, into 3, heading to the club rooms. Turn number 4, that right-hander ducks it down, but I'm thinking Irwin's coming back. Irwin's having another shot at it. Bewley out front. Through 5. Can Irwin do it here? I don't think he's close enough. No, he's not. He's going to have another lap to think. In fact, he's done it. Bewley's made a mistake. Bewley made a mistake on the outside of turn 1, and Irwin shot through. Opportunistic. He was right there, and he took it. And now Bewley might have made another mistake by going too hot on the brakes into Irwin to try and maintain his position. He manages to hold on to second, but only just. They come through 5 now, and he needs to reset. Take a big breath and reset the race. We are in 9 of 15. And you don't want to do it again because ready to pounce. Right there is Jamie Thompson in 3rd spot. So, they come through 5. Irwin, Bewley, Thompson, and here comes Thompson. I don't think he's there. But I didn't think that was the case for the previous lap either, and it was. Mainly because Bewley just went a fraction deep on the brakes and took some extra momentum through that right-hander hairpin. And then the other driver, Irwin, ducked down the inside. And I'm telling you, Thompson might be looking at doing the same thing because Bewley is not readdressed here. He has not thought it out. Now, what's he going to do? No way! Are we going to see a position change again out of nowhere? We are! Where did that come from? Irwin could lose 2 spots here if he's not careful. What is Thompson going to do? He's hard on the outside. No way around there on 2 and 3. But goodness me, where did that come from? Where on earth did Bewley suddenly get through? And I think a pass has been made. I think the pass has been made on the inside and Thompson's got down on Irwin. Irwin comes back on brakes as they come into 5. Momentum versus momentum under brakes. Here comes Thompson again. He pushes him. He gives him a shunt. He's going to try the switch. Outside, inside, as they come down now into turn number 2. This is letting Bewley run away now. In fact, I don't know where he came from. He had lost all that position. I think Irwin had to have made a mistake. And look at what's happening. Now that Thompson and Irwin are fighting, look, there's another kart in on the mix. Because here comes 55. 55, Sebastian Manson. I called it earlier in the race. I said, could he be in this? And now he is. He's come from 10th. And he's sitting there ready to take 3rd. And here comes Sebastian Manson. Sebastian Manson sitting in 4th. Look at him go. There's only a couple of laps remaining. Manson is hoping, praying, wishing that a mistake is going to happen between Thompson and Irwin. Irwin blocks. Thompson thinks about the inside. Now we've got some racing going on. This is wild stuff in the Supreme Kart Supplies DVS Juniors. Can Manson have anything here? Can he claim a spot and go from 10th on the grid up into a podium position? Thompson on Irwin. They're almost side by side. Here they go. What's going to happen? Irwin closes the door. Oh, he's got to be careful there. He's got to be careful there. The officials will be watching, but here comes Thompson down the outside. Hard under brakes. Hang on a second. Manson's got through. Manson's got through. I'm sure he has. We'll watch them as they come through. The last lap board is flowing. The checkered flag is out. And have I seen it? Bewley's through. Manson's done it. Manson has done it. Manson has done 2nd place. That is the race of the day. What a drive from Sebastian Manson. That is absolutely outstanding stuff. Wow. That is phenomenal driving. Sebastian Manson. Don't take it away from Tom Bewley. He battled for his win and he deserved it. But oh my goodness, Sebastian Manson up into 2nd place ahead of Thompson and Irwin, who were fighting hammer and tong at each other. And Manson claimed the spoils. What a race. Just wow. The level of wow factor on that one is fairly insane. I definitely need to take a breath and a drink. And then we'll come back with a dual grid, the Danny Galb Law and Mobile Box. It'll be the KZ2s and KZ2 Heavies after they clean up the little messes around the track. Back for more soon. welcome back. Not that you went far, I know. Coming to you live from the Giltrap Group Raceway. This is the Pull and Spar Maintenance 2022 City of Sales 2-day challenge with ClubSport Auckland. Cadets, Tyres bringing you this live stream. And let me tell you what we've got next. We've got the Danny Galb Law in the mobile box. KZ2 and KZ2 Heavies. And their grids are the same as they were earlier today. Jason Lee will lead the pack away from Mitchell Sparrow, Joshua Parkinson and Daniel Bray. Marcus Armstrong and Regan Hall, Luca Burns, Luke Thompson, Michael Aldoff, Reese Tinney, Henry Galb, Daniel Bugler, David Malcolm and Scott Manson, Nick Tombleson and Kim Smreeker, Gary Callum, Connor Wilson, Brendan Benedy and Liam Lawson back in 20th because his car went kaput during qualifying, if you're wondering. His cart went nah. Gerhard Benedy in 21st position, row 11, and then Jeremy Thornton. Adrian Balletta and Clay Osborne will make up your grid. So, now you know who is doing what. I'll be quiet, and I'll let you hear it. Well, that was kind of dramatic up the front because did not get away with a good start at all. In fact, got absolutely smacked, did Lee, in 45, and that would have hurt, like genuinely hurt. That would have been a fair bit of pain there, and I don't know if that's one of him who's ended up out on turn number 1, but he did not get a good start, and the shunt in the back would have felt it, and we'll feel it tomorrow morning. It'll be a fair bruise on that. Let me tell you who is coming through where as they cross over the start-finish line. No, Lee did make it through, so that's okay. It's not him who's caught down the back. No, it can't be. Surely not. No, it's not. Daniel Bray is out front, and that is Mitchell Sparrow with him. Regan Hall, Marcus Armstrong, Luca Burns, Luke Thompson. So Jason Lee down to 7th position from the lead. Not good after winning the previous outing. Double checking the positions. Yes, it is Daniel Bray from 4th into 1st. Mitchell Sparrow stays in 2nd. Regan Hall has gone from 6th to 3rd. Marcus Armstrong 5 to 4. Luca Burns has gone from 7 to 5. Luke Thompson has gone from 8 to 6. And Jason Lee down to 7. Joshua Parkinson down to 8. Not good. But the race carries on, doesn't it? Up front at the moment, they're really ripping into it. Daniel Bray doing everything possible to hold on to this lead. Ahead of Mitchell Sparrow. And Mitchell is starting to get a bit of a group gathering in behind. Ready to pounce. As they say, looking racy from 3 and 4. Regan Hall, Marcus Armstrong. Marcus Armstrong in 9 goes down the inside, under brakes, he makes it stick, he's moved himself into 3rd spot. Red and chrome, he's there, and he's got through turn number 3 in 3rd spot. Can he do anything better than that? Finished 3rd in the last race, wants to improve. Up front though, Daniel Bray finished 2nd, now leading the race. Much better for Mitchell Sparrow, who finished the last outing in 18th position, but this time he has moved himself into 2nd spot, which is where he belongs initially, because that's his grid position. And now he can do everything possible to try and fight Bray. Did not do a good job going through turn number 3. The kart was a little bit loose coming out of there, lost his momentum, but enough of a gap to maintain position. First of the tail markers looks ready to be caught. Remember, this is a dual group of KZ2s and KZ2 Heavies, or KZ2 Heavies, yes. And the tail runner just stays right out of it. He's watching back. That's 86. Adrian Balletta knows that he's out of it. And just there keeps the momentum going. And away again, but up front. And it's quite a gap starting to be produced now from Daniel Bray. Of course, Daniel knows how to drive, doesn't he? Not a newcomer to motorsport at all. 62, Daniel Bray leading the pack, heading around Death Valley turn number 1. In behind him is Mitchell Sparrow. No one's making a move at the moment. 9, Marcus Armstrong in 3rd position. Regan Hall is 4, Luca Burns is 5. Jason Lee has moved back up. He's got himself into 6th, but he's recovering. His race is all about recovery now, rather than racing for real glory up the front. So Lee in 45 is going to go through in 6th position. And then back there behind him in 89 and 15 is Joshua and Clay Osborne. So Osborne, Parkinson lost massive numbers there. Parkinson down to 7th from 3rd. Sorry, he won't be happy. And again, this is a race for recovery now to gain more points for tomorrow. Good lead now by Bray. Quite easily over Sparrow. Armstrong doesn't really look like he's got an answer here. He's just content for sitting in 3rd. I don't think much is going to happen. There's a mediocre sort of race starting to happen for positions 7, 8 and 9. And that'll heat up pretty quickly. They're just going through turn number 4 now. The leaders are going to come through 5. And the tail marker is, got some big problems here with that kart. It's just not up to speed. He's actually in the wrong position there. Karts are going to have to go around the outside. Now he's in the right position. So, racing we are up front. I can tell you we're on lap 10. I mean, these things are blistering, aren't they? They're just going through already. The last lap board is a few laps away. Daniel Bray, 0.6 of a second. It's enough. 1 second is Marcus Armstrong. Luca Burns, 2 seconds back. Regan Hall, 2.8. Jason Lee, 2.9. There's not a lot they can do. There's a nice race for 5, 6, and 7. 5, 6, and 7 are having a good battle. They touch, they spin, they go around. He holds it onto the track, but not happy. Has to reset. Has to reset again. Just collected. I mean, they were having a really good battle coming through there. It was Joshua Parkinson who was doing everything possible to gain spots back. But it's ended up costing him, and he's down into 8th spot from starting 3rd in this race. So that battle pack causing a few problems for people. Up front, though, Daniel Bray slides it through turn number 5. Mitchell Sparrow's actually caught up a little bit, but it's not enough. And at the back of the field, I'm telling you, Adrian Belletta is doing well to stay out of everyone's way, but there's got to be a problem with the kart here. It's even struggling to turn by the looks of it. But he's out there just circulating around. Every right to do so. Here come your leaders once again. They will be getting the last lap board. Now they do so. It is Daniel Bray screaming ahead of Mitchell Sparrow, Marcus Armstrong. Still in 3rd. No gains at all. What a battle that's going on further back, though, as they try to get around the tail markers. They're hitting each other. They're jostling for positions. This is crazy stuff. It's good stuff, though, as they go through this group of 5 karts. They're hitting each other, and they are pulling no punches. Meanwhile, the winners have gone through, but let's follow this group, shall we? Because they've been quite entertaining. We know who's won the race. That doesn't matter. This mob here, putting on a little bit of a show as the checkered flag flies. Good stuff for them. That's the one with Osborne, Parkinson. Nice stuff. But Daniel Bray takes that win away from everybody else. Mitchell Sparrow, Marcus Armstrong, Luca Burns. Just unfortunately for Jason Lee, got absolutely smashed on the start. Did not get off the line. Got hit hard. Cost him massive positions. Good for everyone else around. That's the end of their day. They can go lick their wounds or have a cold iced tea and congratulate themselves for a good day out. Next up, ClubSport 120s from Cosgrove Awards. Yeah, I like these fellas. Back soon. So, we're going to get underway. The Cosgrave Awards. Cosgrave Awards. ClubSport 120s. Yes, yes, yes. I do enjoy these lads. Stephen Muggeridge will hold pole. He walked away with the race last night. Walked away with it, I tell you. Paul Hutchinson will be in second. Shannon Noble, Bryce Grove, Frank Gilbert, Conrad Knight. Now, Conrad Knight went from 6th to 2nd. 6th to 2nd. So keep an eye on Conrad again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Kart number 4. What can he do? The green one. What can he do in this race? Does he have the goods to get through on everyone again this time? Well, I don't know if he does or not. But it's going to be worth watching, I'm telling you. I'm telling you, it's going to be a good watch. Someone's already lost a massive amount of position. I don't know who that was. We'll find out when they come around, shall we? Okay, we will. ClubSport 120s. They're not the granddaddies. They're just a low-key, fun class. That's what it's about. Muggeridge through. Shannon Noble has gone into 2nd. Paul Hutchinson back to 3rd. Conrad Knight's already made 1 spot. Conrad Knight's made 2 spots. I'm telling you, you've got to keep an eye on number 4. Because now he's gone from 6th to 4th. And he'll be chasing down that pack of 3 up there. Because Muggeridge this time is not walking away with the race. This time he's got some pressure. And will he feel it? Yes, he will, because he's got pressure on the left and the right as they go down into Death Valley. They zoom around turn number 1. It's Muggeridge over Noble, Hutchinson, Knight. Bennett has gone from 8th into 5th. Bryce Grove has dropped dramatically from 4th to 6th. Oh, I say dramatically. It's a lot in this category. Here we go. Muggeridge under pressure now. Big time down the inside. There's got to be a move here. Surely. Surely Noble's going to give it a try. He doesn't. Just doesn't have the momentum. Down the outside this time. He's getting pushed and squeezed. Will he dive under on the brakes? I think it's going to be his only chance. He's quicker. It seems he's quicker, but he can't make it stick. He can't find an opportunity to get around. He's going to have to take a risk into turn 1 would be my call. Let's watch it again. Those front runners. Muggeridge up front. Shannon Noble in 2nd. Now he carries the momentum. Look at that. Look at the momentum through there, through the chicane. Now dives down the inside. Is it this time? Just a little bit later on the brakes? No. The door is slammed shut and he's going to lose a spot. He could lose a spot here, and he doesn't deserve so. But Paul Hutchinson, is he going to try and get around? No, he doesn't. Now what's happened is Muggeridge has opened up a gap again because his cart seems to be wider than a camper van. Those drivers were there, and they could not get through. I mean, that's good driving by 51. That's clever driving. Hold your line, a little defensive, and make everyone else work to get around you. They tried, they failed, they didn't do it. So, let's try and look at another kart, shall we? Just look at number 4. Because number 4, Conrad Knight has done it again. He started in 6th, he's up to 4th, but look at what he's done. He's on the pack already, and we are only in lap number 5. I'm picking Conrad Knight will be in 2nd place and chasing Muggeridge down for the lead. That's my guess. Kart number 4 is my pick of this race. Here we go. Because what's going to happen is Noble and Hutchinson are going to fight each other and cost themselves time. Here comes Knight. I told you, here comes Conrad Knight. I'm going to pat myself on the back here and say I called it. I think you guys all did too, don't you? You're watching this and you're going, yeah, it's not exactly rocket. We can see what's going on here. Muggeridge is not sweeping away with this, though, because the advantage for Knight is those two just in behind are helping him push through. Here we go. There's a big mob in behind, but check the racing up front. Muggeridge just holding. Knight is thinking, how am I going to get through these two? Because they are driving very well right now. Hutchinson and Noble, they are doing a good job. And Conrad Knight doesn't quite have the answer for them yet. Noble goes on the curbs. Here comes Hutchinson. Can he do it? Will he try down the inside? No, he doesn't. But he gets much more speed coming out of one, but can't do anything with it. Because he's swamped there. There is no way around. Just does not have the momentum to get through, and nor does Conrad Knight. He's going to try, though. Knight's going to try down the inside. Yeah, probably should have waited. He had momentum, so you don't blame him for trying. He had the momentum. He wanted to carry it on through, but then he had to brake or button off the throttle, and it cost him again. But you can see what he was trying to achieve, which is fair enough. Lap 9 down, probably 10, actually. Muggeridge is caught again. Muggeridge he's just not as fast in this race as he was in the last one, or the other karts have actually worked out what they did wrong in the last race and they're staying with him, because there's actually an opportunity now in this front four for a pass. Here they come, through 5 complex. Still Muggeridge. Over Noble and Hutchinson. Conrad Knight's wondering what he's got to do. He might have done it now. He might have done it now. No, he has to slip back in behind in 4th spot. He actually had better momentum coming out of 3, but couldn't do anything with it. And Muggeridge has lost momentum. Now we've got to change. Here we go. Is this the opportunity they've been waiting for? Muggeridge got it all wrong coming out of there. Noble couldn't do anything about it, and here comes Knight. Here comes Knight down the inside. Knight down the inside on turn 1. Now we're getting some racing, and say too with Muggeridge. Here comes Noble. Noble's going to try it. He can't do it. Knight gets wasted out on the outside. Loses his momentum in the marbles. Slots himself back into 4th position on lap number 11. So we are still cruising through. In fact, I think it was 12. Irrelevant, doesn't matter. Let's just keep looking at this. Knight has had to back off a little bit. Here comes Noble and Hutchinson once again. What are they going to do this time? Muggeridge is doing nothing more than circulating his own race. He's holding a brilliant driving line without blocking. It's just pure defense, and nobody has an answer to him. They're still out there. The rest of the field, well, yeah, they're circulating around and having their own entertainment. But this race is now just starting to heat up. We've got a couple to go. And once again, they're on Muggeridge. Here it is. Here it is now. Down the inside. He'll get him under brakes, surely. He has to. He's got him. Down. Muggeridge will get forced on the outside, and we're going to have a drag race down into turn number 2. What's going to happen here? Muggeridge has lost his position. Can Hutchinson do anything now? What about Conrad Knight in 4th spot? Turn 4. We take it down. They come down, their little kink, the little straight. There's been a bit of contact. Muggeridge gets back down on the inside. Is there going to be a switch? What went wrong there for Noble? Noble now comes down the inside. Surely he's going to hold here on the inside. He doesn't. He has to back it off. All sorts of changes going on. Conrad Knight has moved himself into 3rd spot because there was a little bit of touchy-touchy. And one kart driver is out. And I think it's Hutchinson. And here comes Knight. Knight is doing it again. He's doing it again. Conrad Knight. I don't think there's enough time, but I think he could be faster than Muggeridge. There's just nothing in it. And Conrad Knight. Hutchinson is out. Noble grabs a spot in 3rd position, but Conrad Knight, I mean, he made hard work of it, really, didn't he? Hutchinson, brilliant racing. Noble, again, that was great stuff up front. But Muggeridge, wow, just does it again. And like I say, He wasn't doing anything special. He was just driving his racing line, and it was fantastic. Nobody had a way around him. So, Club Sport 120s, thanks for the entertainment. You've been exceptional today. But up next, we've got another twin pack for you. Rotax Max Heavies with Bay of Plenty card supplies. Vortex Rock DVS Seniors, Veloce karting. And the grid for this one is quite the little ripper. The grid for this one is pretty good. So they're going to have to do a card collection, but I can tell you that, yeah, look, this is going to be a juicy race. Walker, Harker Ferguson, Tahu Cunningham, Dawson O'Hara, Tonkin, Allright, Rawson, De Vere, Hart, Homewood, Hudson, Ming, Vandenberg, Natoa, Williams, Land, Nicol and Collinson. They're the DVS Seniors. They'll start at a separate time frame, remember? So they'll be slightly off. It should only be a minute or so away. Okay, it's time for another dual category within one heat. Rotax Max Heavies. And the DVS Seniors. And the issue, of course, we've got. And we apologise for this in advance, but they're two separate groups. And trying to cover them both with a single camera is virtually impossible. Well, it is impossible, isn't it? It is actually impossible to cover two split over an area with one. Yeah, okay. So, we'll do our best to keep you informed with what's going on because they do end up intermixing amongst each other. But here is the first pack. Darren Walker, Roman Harker Ferguson. They will take up the front positions here, and we wait for the lights to go out, and then half a lap later we'll get the DVS seniors coming through. They go through now. It's a good run there. They rip themselves through nice and cleanly through turn number 1, and away they go, and down to the infield nicely. Meanwhile, the DVS seniors are about to come through. There is 6 of them. Vandenberg and Nato are out front, and away they go as well. So the 2 races on the track at the same time, they're underway, and we'll do our best to try and tell you what's going on. So the DVS seniors get through cleanly, and Tony has managed to capture the Max Heavies, the Rotax Heavies, as they come through for the first time under pace. And head down into turn number 2, the 3 the right-hander, and then they'll go into 4. Nothing dramatic going on. Flick back to the DVS seniors, and again, we apologize. It's hard. It's hard for us to focus on one, because if we treat one, we've got to treat the other, and then we'll miss something on one while we're watching the other. We know that's going to happen. Here they come now, though. They're already starting to catch up to the DVS seniors, which means they'll start to mix and mingle. That's what'll happen. You know it's going to happen. And that's when the fun starts, isn't it? That's when the fun begins. So Walker holds sway up front. Harker Ferguson still in second. Tahu in third. Cunningham is in fourth. O'Hara has moved ahead of Dawson, but that is in the heavies, which you're now looking at as they come through. Walker, Ferguson. Actually, Ferguson thought about having a run down the inside, but realised that wasn't exactly the right place to do it. Tahu's just sitting back and waiting, and so too is Cunningham. Those two had a fantastic race last time out. They were at each other right through it, so it was really cool to watch. DVS seniors file through, and they're already starting to split off majorly. Like, we are talking a monster gap between those 6 karts. So that means the heavies will come through and catch them pretty quickly. We're on lap 4. And in the DVS, it's Vandenberg holding over Ayrton Williams. Why is it? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's meant to be. Yep, he's there. And then, sorry, it is Caleb Nato in third and Jason Land in 4. Back into the Rotax heavies. Walker, Harker Ferguson. One of the DVS seniors is going to pull off the track because things aren't going right. That is number, it looks like Scott Nicol is out, having to sit in the sun, and you might as well take off your helmet and your suit, mate, and grab some vitamin D. Just bask in the sunshine there and enjoy it, because you're going to roast. So the kart's obviously given up the ghost. Meanwhile, there is still racing going on, and the heavies are joining in with the first of the DVS seniors. So now it's just going to get a little bit messy as they come through, and the DVS seniors are starting to look behind going, yeah, I can see you. I can see you, says Glenn Collinson. I know you're there. I'll get out of the way when you're on my tailpipe. He's watching. The rest of the field scroll through 5. All out on their lonesome, but here come the leaders. And they've caught Collinson now in the DVS senior, and he will get out of the way, no doubt. 17 will move over. He knows it. He's gone. There goes Walker. There goes Harker Ferguson. Tahu and Cunningham will be next on the list to pounce. There goes Tahu now. And a good job from Glenn Collinson to stay out of the way there. Very aware of what is going on. Through 5 come more of the DVS seniors, is it? Yes, I think it is. I'm starting to lose track now. I'm pretty sure that was actually more of the heavies. Oh, it doesn't matter, does it? We know that Walker's leading over Harker Ferguson. Tahu, Cunningham up front in the DVS. It's still James Vandenberg ahead of Adam Williams, Caleb Natoa, Jason Land, and then, of course, Glenn Collinson being passed now with Scott Nicol out, sitting in the sunshine, watching everyone else race. Actually standing in the shade now, so smart move to find a marshal point with a bit of shelter. That's the way to do it. So your front runners in the Rotax Heavy, no change. It is still Walker with a 0.2 gap over Roman Harker Ferguson, Aaron Tahu, Aaron Cunningham, 1.9 back, 0.5 between those guys. That is starting to split off, which I did not expect. I actually thought those guys would be at each other like they were in the previous outing. 5 more laps remaining in this session. Tahu looks over his shoulder yet again. 44's been given the black and white. Now 44, Scott Allwright, is currently sitting down in 11th position. Black and white flag for 44. James has gone through. Vandenberg leading the DVS seniors. Ayrton Williams from behind in 46. The front pack though. There's still Darren Walker, Romain Harker-Ferguson, Aaron Tahu and Aaron Cunningham. Absolutely no change. No mistakes. No mistakes, not even one. It's paint by numbers now. It's routine racing. Thus, well, it's actually routine circulation. Do the digits. Set your brake zone. Get your drive line. Hit the accelerator at the right time with the right amount. Exit out. Do your job. That's it. No mistakes. Full concentration under the scorching heat here in Auckland. The Giltrap Group Raceway. It's been a lovely day. Cloud covers come in occasionally to give us a little bit of protection. Not as much as I would have wanted, especially for those outside. Meanwhile, Walker, Harker-Ferguson, Tahu and Cunningham still doing the deed. 13, the last lap board is due. 14 laps. The gap's growing too. The gap between each of those carts is actually growing. Last lap board is ready to present it. Yes, it is. It's out there. I actually think it might have been missed by the marshal on that one. So the checkered flag will come out all of a sudden, which is fine. It's no biggie. They're circulating around. It's nice and clean. There we go. Last lap now. Checkered flag is out. It seemed. I think there's a little bit of a a little bit of misplacement there because the last lap board was a little late, and so was the checkered flag. So I think as the winners crossed over, the last lap board was actually still showing. They should have got the checkered flag, but like, never mind. The fact is that Walker got at the head of Harker-Ferguson, Tahu, and Cunningham. So no problem there. It's just yes, it was a little entertaining. Somewhat entertaining. So that's it for that session as well. Heat number 2 for the Bay of Plenty Karts Supplies Rotax Max Heavy. And the Veloce Karting DVS Seniors coming up, well, almost immediately will be International Kart Supplies Rotax Max Juniors. Okie dokie then. So what happened last time in the International Kart Supplies Rotax Max Juniors? Well, I can tell you that Emerson Vincent started this race on pole. Irwin was beside him. And really those two were racing quite nicely with each other. But then on the last lap, absolutely from nowhere, came Ashton Phipps. And Ashton Phipps took the win over Jay Irwin, Emerson Vincent, who ended up down in third after leading the race for 14 laps. Sebastian Manson was in there, Ollie Workman, Arthur Browen. So it was a juicy, juicy race. It was great to watch. So we get another one. We do. The International Kart Supplies Rotax Juniors. Emerson Vincent will lead the pack away with Jay Irwin right beside. Ashton Phipps will be in third and Ollie Workman in four. Let's see how they tackle. Turn number one, the lights are out, they go down. There's already a little bit of argy-bargy. And some of them are trying to gain the inside and they spin, they go crazy. It's all a mess. It's an absolute disaster of a turn one. And we've got to try and work out which of the 5 karts get through unscathed. Well, actually, no, I'll say 6, 7, 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, a few have got through. They're starting to peel away. Here we go. Everyone's back on. And there's only, out of all of them, 1. And because of that absolute mess on turn number 1, we're going to do it all again. So, it was messy. It was not a good race start. It was just a little crazy, a little silly, and we'll reset. So, I don't know who ended up in front after all of that and who ended up where, but it doesn't matter anymore. If any of those karts got a major advantage, like gained 5, 6, 7 or more positions, well, they're going to give it back again. So, sorry to say, they lose the joy that they might have had there for at least half a lap. So, grid formation. We go again. Now, will they do it straight away? Or I think they'll give them another lap. They will give them one more lap. Let's see what happens. So, this is the formation this time. Get some heat back into the tyres. Well, they really, to be fair, they wouldn't have lost any. Now they're going to just hustle themselves around. They're trying to sort themselves out. I think a couple of the drivers from further back are not where they should be. There's a driver, and I can't tell which it is. 1, 2, looks like even third or fourth place is kind of concerned that there's a cart missing. And are we missing one? Second row. It looks like we are. I'm not sure who it is. It's either Phipps or Workman that we've lost. I'll tell you when we come around to see the restart. As soon as I see the dial number, I can tell you it is Phipps we've lost. So we've lost last race leader, and they're already coming together as they head down into turn 1. Can they make it through cleanly this time? I think they do. They all know the opportunity and the problems that can be caused if you end up causing problems. So, according to my data, we have no Phipps who won the last race, which is disastrous for the points haul this weekend. They come through in the first of the flying laps, and it is Vincent who is going to lead this over Irwin. Ollie Workman has made his way through to third spot because he gained that because there is no Phipps. It was an easy gain. Sebastian Manson, again, has moved up. Oscar Jackson is there as well. Riley Boswell has moved up a little bit, 1 spot. Arthur Brown has dropped down. Moved up, moved down, moved up, moved down. So there's been a few switches here, but let's try and see them as they settle down. The whole field of them are just weaving their way through turn number 5. But there is your race leader, Emerson Vincent in cart number 10. Out in front quite cleanly, Irwin in behind. But remember, Phipps was the one who pipped both of them with... This is exactly what happened last time. The only difference being that Phipps is not there. So can someone else do it? Because Vincent had that race. You have to query, how did he lose it on that last lap? Did he burn out his tyres? We just don't know. Was it a simple little mistake? Again, we'll never know. But at the moment, Emerson Vincent is holding on to the race lead from pole. Over Irwin, Sebastian Manson, Ollie Workman, Oscar Jackson, Riley Boswell, Dylan Jessup, Matthew Johnston, Arthur Brown, Aston Thornton, down as your top 10. Five laps down, third of the way through it, heat number 2 for the afternoon. And then they'll get to settle themselves in for the night, go home, go to their hotel, go to their motel, wherever they're staying, buddy's place. Work out what they did good, work out what they did bad, and come back tomorrow and do it all again. It's still Vincent, well and truly. Can Irwin make any gain at all? He's 0.4 behind. There's another 1.1 back to Sebastian Manson, who's moved up, so that's good for him. Manson started in 6th position, finished the last race in 4th. Now he's up to 3rd. Of course, there is no Phipps. Let's remember that. So there's an automatic position gain straight away. Workman is into 4th. Jackson 5. Boswell 6. Jessup 7. Johnson 8. Browan 9. Thornton 10. Church 11 and Pye 12. Sayer 13. They are well and truly behind the pace here. Still circulating at a good click though. It's not really a problem. They're all in the 30s. It's just that it's the low 30s to the high 30s. So the front numbers are the same. It's all those tenths that are counting at the moment. Irwin is closing in. Irwin has gained a little bit here on Vincent. Now has Vincent done the same thing that he did in the last race? Halfway through heat number 2. The International Kart Supplies Rotax Max Juniors. Vincent is holding the pack. He is out front with the lead. But I'm watching the gap between himself and Irwin in second, because what happened last time was Vincent fell off in the last lap. And now the gap is virtually nothing. Here we go. Mistake from Irwin coming out there of turn number 3. Costly. Because now Manson is right on the tailpipe and can take advantage. Does so down the inside. One little mistake cost Irwin, and that's happened to him this weekend. Irwin thinks about it, back down on the inside. The door is closed. He has to brake heavy, but he squeezes his way through. He gets pushed on the outside. He's lost all his momentum. Loses 3 places. Bang, done. Irwin, 2nd to 5th, just like that. All from a mistake on turn number 3, and now I think he's got a kart problem, and I'm wondering if that curb hit did something to his kart. So it's Vincent. We've lost Irwin. I reckon he's got some damage. I reckon he hit that curb hard. Vincent. Manson now to 2nd. Workman into 3rd. Jackson is 4. Boswell is 5. Jessup is 6. Johnson is 7. Browen is 8. Thornton 9 and Ethan Church in 10. They're still all doing 30s. There is no change in the circulation times. 2/3 down. There's going to be a position change. It's going to be between 2nd, 3rd and 4th. They're the ones who are fighting at the moment. Manson. Workman. Jackson. 3 of them. Vincent is doing okay out in front. No problem here, but even that gap is starting to close up a little bit. It's 0.7. And I reckon it is shrinking. I reckon Vincent needs to stay focused here. Don't even look back, not even once. Oh, he's hit the curb wrong there on 3. And that's cost him now, because there we go. Exactly the same thing that Irwin did. Just too much curb on 3. Bounce the kart sideways, has to address the kart, realign it, and all that gap goes, just like that. Disappeared out of there. Here comes Manson now. Manson is right there. The pressure now on Vincent. Now he's looking behind all the time. He's changing his focus. He's done it again, same thing. He's hit the curb again in the wrong spot, and he's bounced the kart around. And all that gap is gone. It's disappeared. It's been swallowed up. Pressure driving now. Vincent coming through. Here is Manson. Manson's wondering what he can do to get around. Irwin's out. Phipps is out. Vincent still holds the lead, but only just. He's much more careful through 2 and 3, but that was deadly. It cost him so much time. He had to defensively drive to stay in position. And here he comes, Manson. Is he going to try a switch? He's going to try the momentum move. He does. He's on 5. Now can he get through on turn number 1? No, he doesn't. So Vincent just, and I'm talking just, holds on to the win. Great drive from Manson. Jackson in 3rd, Workman in 4, and Boswell in 5. Vincent, very lucky. Very lucky. Real pressure driving there, but held on for the win, and actually that takes some skill set on its own. Hey, you know, we've only got 2 to go. We've got the Cadet Rock, Strata Networks, they're up next. And then our last session of the day will be Urban Performance Rotax Max Lights. I think we all need a slight breather here, don't we? Okay then, stand by. So we're getting ourselves underway for the second to last run, according to me. I don't think they'll put any more in today, will they? Strata Networks Cadet Rock. Yes, we are going to for the second to last session. What can Addo Bailey do this time? You see, Addo Bailey was a hit and miss in the last outing earlier today because he led from pole, but then had a wee mistake. Ended up in 6th position. Ended up being a race of recovery. Gets back into 4th place. That was nice. Certainly was showing pace, and with more laps would have gained more positions. Couldn't do it. So now we're going to see if it can, well, just basically work out better for the lad, aren't we? So we're going to do one more formation. Okay, they're not happy. The officials want another formation. Let me check out the grid. Now, something's a little bit off here because my grid is not matching the online grid. So we could be winging this, people. We could be winging this. We'll try and tell you as they come around who is doing what. Unless they've done some kind of switch up on me without telling me, but at the moment it's telling me that 9th position, 5th row, Jaden Buddenmore is on pole, but I don't think that's right, unless they've done a reverse grid that I don't know about. I'll tell you when they come past. Yeah. Okay, don't worry about it. It's just the digital side of things is not right. I can tell you that Addo Bailey is on the inside, so cart number 95 will take the pace down into turn number 1. And looks like he's already lost the position on turn number 1, has he? Yes, he has. Because Tommy Hart has done it again by going around the outside at full pace. I did that last time as well. He's on fire as young Tommy Hart. Addo Bailey, once again, is going to be playing catch-up. Zach Hemphill, Braxton Kryvanger, who didn't have the bestest of races. Started on 2nd row last time. Ended up back in about 7th or 8th position, finishing the race. Needs to improve on that for his points haul this weekend. And is up there now. But he's going to get passed down the inside, maybe 1 or 2 spots, because for some reason just hung around on the outside. If he can hold pace there, he'll be able to maintain and keep it. He does but just not exactly on the right line. He's going to go wide again. Could have lost that spot. And just is not on the racing line at the moment. Is all over the place. Loses the spot going into 4 and has to settle back down. So that'll be frustrating for Braxton from Invercargill. Well, it's actually Invercargill, isn't it? Invercargill dropping down a few spots. Meanwhile, Tommy Hart over Addo Bailey. Zach Hemphill has got himself into 3rd spot. Braxton is now in 4th, dropped down a little bit. Charles Taylor has moved up. Matty Heafy down as well, started in 5. So there's this massive bunch of karts in the middle that are about to have a smack fest. Because they all want position, don't they? That's why they come to racing, they want position. These front two are running away with it as though the race doesn't exist for anyone else. In 3rd spot, all on his own, Zach Hemphill. Zach will be wondering, how do I catch these two up front? And then they come like a swarm of bees around a honeypot. This giant mob of karts. One of them's just lost 2 spots by going way too wide on turn 1. Racing lesson learnt. Don't do that again. Up front, though, look at it. Hart, Bailey, and now there's potential for a position change. They come through 5, through the grandstand chicane. And actually, when you watch them both, completely different racing lines. Tommy Hart was almost straight lining it. Addo Bailey was flowing through it as though he was on a surfboard. So I'm going to concentrate on that again when they come through grandstand. We have 2 unique driving styles. Now, it might have just been a one-off thing, just trying to realign the kart. But it just seems a different style. Now, let's see what they do. Addo Bailey in 2nd place. Tommy Hart through the lead. Watch them again as they come through the grandstand here. Here comes Hart, straight, bang. Yep. Addo Bailey was a lot better on that one, followed the lines, and now he's actually gained some position. So he's got it right this time. He's closing that gap, and that's what we need to see because we want some racing to come out of these front two. The pack at the back, we're talking positions 4, 5, 6 and downwards. They're starting to spread out a little bit here on lap 5. Front runners doing their thing. Here we go. Addo's back to his weaving and bobbing. He might just be playing mind games a little bit on Tommy Hart. They go down into turn number 1. It's pretty smooth, pretty clean. They give the old push, you know, like you're trying to shuffle your chair into the dining room table a little bit closer. Shuffle that cart. Try and gain a thousandth of a second over your opposition, or at least not lose it. Hart and Bailey are out front by miles. You can see that by absolute. In fact, these three are leaving the rest of the field behind. So, is there other racing going on? Well, 4 and 5, they're close, and then there's a big gaggle of them, but not really up front though. Addo Bailey now is starting to think about it. We know has the pace. In qualifying did a 35.36, sorry. But you want to know how close it was to his opposition here, Tommy Hart? Match 35.36 against 35.43. There you go, do the math. Nothing in it. Hundredths of a second between these two, and it's showing. Now, interestingly enough, Zach Hemphill is closing the gap. An 85, the green card in number 3, is genuinely closing. But is there enough time? We're in lap 8. It's halfway through. In fact, I think it's 9. I think our online data is actually 1 lap behind real time. I don't know why that works that way, but who are we to argue the digital world? And here we go. Here is Zach Hemphill. I told you he was catching. He's going to go down the inside of Addo Bailey. What did Addo Bailey do wrong? Zach Hemphill tried. He couldn't make it stick. It's coming though, isn't it? So we've got to focus here, not on Tommy Hart up front, but what is Addo Bailey getting wrong? Where is he just getting? He must just be getting 1 turn. Not exactly correct, and it's enough. He was good through 2 and 3. Flows lovely through 4. In fact, there it was. Turn 4, doesn't get the momentum out. Here comes Hemphill down on the inside, under brakes. Great passing move. What a racing move that was. And look, he's got the momentum, and he's got it on Tommy Hart. Here comes Hemphill now. We have enough laps. We genuinely have enough laps here. What can Tommy Hart do to fight off Zach Hemphill? Here he comes. Maybe it's not that the others are getting it wrong in turn 4. Maybe Zach's just got something extra on turn 4. He's pulled a gap away between himself and 3rd place. And he's closed the gap on the leader, Hart. Hemphill's on it, stays in the slipstream, doesn't want to back off. Takes the gentle line around turn 1, follows exactly the same racing line. Stays in that slipstream. Into turn number 2, nicely done. No curb spotting, no over braking, no under braking. And let's see his exit out of 4. Well, in fact, Tommy Hart's is just as good, so no advantage, Hemphill. Advantage, to be fair, is Hart. But wow, look at Hemphill go through 5. He just nailed that chicane, but it's still not enough. Not quite. But he knows where he can get him. He knows now. His head's down over the steering wheel. He's gaining that thousandths, and he is there. This time, if he can absolutely nail 5, those chicanes through the grandstand, he'll get him. He has to stay close enough. He must maintain within that cart length. He's done so. He's actually going to try under brakes. He's done it. Hemphill's got him under brakes. What great driving. That's both passes coming into 5. That is some stunning racecraft right there. And now here comes another change. We're doing it again because I think Hart and Bailey, I thought Bailey had got Hart there. So now Hemphill, instead of attacking, has got to play defensive. He's got 1 lap to do it. Change the mindset. Tail markers coming up. Got to get through the tail traffic. He can do it. Don't focus too much on the back markers there, Hemphill. Focus on your job ahead. The last lap board is out. He keeps it clean going through turn 1. The focus now is a back marker. He goes down the inside. The back marker closes the door. Oh dear. That was nearly a problem, but they get through. Here we go. 3 more turns. Hemphill's got it. He's quick out of 4. He dials it in for the little kink down the side straight. Heads into where he's so good under braking. Gets it through 5, through the grandstand, and he will take that checkered flag deservedly. And he should be waving his hand with joy, because that was great driving, great racecraft, and a deserved win. Yes, it was. Zach Hemphill takes it in heat number 2 over Hart and Bailey. The rest of the field swamped their way through. Braxton, Heafy, they're all coming through. Buttermore gets up in there. Blake Kendall did good. 7th position. Daniel Lucas improved 2 spots over the last race, so that's nice as well. Ivor Spence actually lost the position, sadly. Jack O'Ari, great gain. Finished 11th last time, 17. So you can't complain about that. So that's the end of their session. Up next, our final run for the afternoon. Urban Performance Rotax Max Lights. Yes, you know what that means, don't you? That means don't turn away, because this is going to be special. It's the Urban Performance Rotax Max Lights. Sounds good, doesn't it? Zach Stitchbury will hold pole position on that front row with Ryan Crombie in beside. Hero Sheridan in 3rd. Josh Richmond will be 4 on that 2nd row. Jackson Rooney on the 3rd. George Sampson joining, position 6. Emily Robbins 7, Rihanna O'Meara Hunt in 8, Taylor Payne 9, Tyler Edney 10, Miles Finley 11, Casey Lett 12, Michael McCulloch in 13, Campbell Joyce 14. In row 8 is Blake Austin and Daniel Kent. Then it's Ian Smith and Chris Benton, Mac Burkett, Brad Hewson. Row 11, Findlay Dixon with Scott McLaren, Stella Carter, Trent Ingham. Row 13, positions 25 is Divin Taylor, 26, Blair Holdham, 27, Cameron Horrocks, 28, Josh McDonald. We wait, we're in formation. It looks absolutely fantastic. Here we go, we're racing. Superbly clean through turn number 1. They dive into 2. What a field. And one spin out, two spin outs. They're back in it though, so no problem. And look at this. Wow. Zach Stitchbury over Josh Richmond, who started fourth but has moved himself into second. Jackson Rooney has slotted himself up into third from fifth. Ryan Crombie, unfortunately, has dropped down. Now, we want to double check that as they come across the line. But, okay, Stitchbury goes through. Indeed. So Crombie's moved back up into third, taking over from Jackson Rooney. George Sampson is in 5. Rhiannon O'Meara Hunt has moved up 2 spots into 6. Hero Sheridan has dropped 3 down to 7. That is not good. Got to do a bit of work there to catch up. But look at the lead being shown here by Stitchbury. Zach Stitchbury is running away with us. Absolutely. Everyone else is playing defensive now as they are playing attack and defense. Josh Richmond is in second spot, and you can see him really struggling to hold those other guys at bay. Ryan Crombie wants his spot back. He is currently in third spot. There he goes. He's trying everything possible, and I reckon he'll have to run now down the inside. Crombie's inside, outside. Oh, that's a real defensive move. And got to be very, very careful you don't get in trouble for that. He's going to lose 2 spots as number 9. Josh Richmond did everything possible to hold the position, but ended up losing 2 spots. That was crazy and wild. And now more changes are happening at turn number 4 as they lay the power down and set themselves up for the run into 5. Vital part of the racetrack. Stitchbury nails it down there. 63 Crombie goes through in second place. 30 Jackson Rooney goes through in third place. Josh Richmond loses another spot. But this is a staggering lead by Stitchbury. Phenomenal gap at the moment of 3 seconds. That has not been seen in any other race today, this kind of gap from first to the rest. Crombie is still in second, so he's gained his spot back. He'll be happy with that. Rooney is in third. He'll be okay. Starting a 5th, getting a podium 3rd, that's good news as well. But he's under pressure. He's under serious pressure. I don't know what Stitchbury's done, but wow, he's dialed himself in this afternoon as we're getting close to 5 o'clock. Great day of racing as the field wander their way past us. Josh Richmond trying to do whatever he can to get his position back because he was up there, wasn't he? He was in second spot and lost them. He was doing defensive driving and it cost him dramatically because he was late braking and ended up nearly going off at turn number 1. But managed to hold on to the kart to at least remain where he is, which is 4th position. Rhiannon O'Meara Hunt has gained another spot up to 5, so that's some positive. And in fact is starting to chase down the rest of the field, kart number 6. But does have 51 Tyler Edney in behind. So chasing and defending. The good news for O'Meara Hunt is that those 2 karts in front are actually battling, so it's slowing them down a little bit. Not by much, but enough. It might be enough for her to catch. Stitchbury goes through. Forget about it. Gonski's second place. Crombie, yep, doing well. Now there's a good fight between 30 Rooney and 9 Richmond. Richmond wants that spot back. And as I said, they're closing in, so here we go. Rhiannon O'Meara Hunt is there now. She's done it. She's caught up to the back of the pack there. And now we're going to have some racing. We are over halfway through this, and now we're getting it. Here we come, a group of 4. It was all spread out, but now we've got a battle pack. A battle pack for 3rd position. This will be gloves off racing. It is currently Josh Richmond in third. Jackson Rooney in 4, Riano Marahan in 5. Right there and in behind, Tyler Edney. So here they come, 1 and 2, gone. But look at this race for third spot. Here we go. 3, I think. My calculation is 3, maybe 4 laps remaining. I'll just work that out, but I don't want to take my eyes off the circuit because this battle for third spot is going to heat up. Here comes Riano Marahan. She's right there on the back of them, was miles back. Only 4 laps ago, wasn't even in the chase. Now is right there. There's a small mistake. That was a small mistake from Jackson Rooney. Was it enough? Oh, look at the gap close up. Here we go. Edney is there too. Tyler Edney finished 11th in the last race. Now wants to make up for it. Certainly is doing so because it's in this battle for third position. And this is going to chew things up. Lap 12, according to me, could be 13 because, look, I've been a little confused, but I think my timing has been out by 1 lap. Doesn't matter. Stitchbury, easily. Crombie, we know that. But here we go. Here we go. Who is going to blink? Who is going to sneeze at the wrong time? Who is going to get their braking marker wrong by 1 kart length? Who is going to overshoot a turn? Or is everyone going to nail their numbers as they should be? Because now you've got to try something different. If you want the glory, now you've got to take the risk. There's not enough laps left. This isn't paint by numbers anymore. You're going to have to think outside the box. The last lap board is out. I don't think there's any more opportunities left. I think the gain was made. Rihanna's trying. She thought about it. There we go. What I'm telling you, outside the box thinking. Just tried an inside dive and might have actually cost her a position, but at least she gave it a go. But there's the checkered flag. Stitchbury, Crombie, Richmond. They all go through. And I tell you, that was pretty epic to watch, because they were driving defensively and they were attacking at the same time, and that is what we want to see. Today has shown us some stunning racing. But Stitchbury, well, did he walk away with that or what? I mean, there's hardly any words to explain the gap that he had on us. The rest of the field had no chance of catching up. So, according to my data, that is us for the day. We are finished, we are over. We pack our bags, we go, and we come back tomorrow. It has been an absolute pleasure joining you today. I hope you've enjoyed the coverage from Giltrap Group Raceway here in Avondale, Auckland. All the drivers that have come in from outside of the Super City. It's been great to have them here. They've still got another day to do it in the Pool and Spa Maintenance City of Sales for 2022. Coverage brought to you by Carter's Tyres. Thanks to ClubSport Auckland for making this day work so efficiently. We were 20 minutes behind, and now we're basically 20 minutes ahead of schedule as we finish the day. So thank you all very much. We'll be joining you again tomorrow. Selena, do you know what time tomorrow? No? No. Shake the head. Looking at the rest of the broadcast crew, no. They're all as ignorant as I am. Look, it'll be sometime in the morning. Keep an eye on the Facebook page and the YouTube channel, because we will put a note up confirming when the first heats will kick underway, which should be heat 3. Yes, it will be. Heat 3, I believe. Or we'll go straight to prep. Look, see you in the morning, eh? Craig Lord signing out.